Chapter 1592. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin's apartment was located northwest of the 4th Ring Road in the imperial capital. The He family's mansion was located in the center of the imperial capital, inside the 2nd Ring Road. There was still a long way to go from the 2nd Ring Road to the northwest of the 4th Ring Road. Gu Nianji was in a good mood. She turned on the car stereo and hummed along. She knew that singing was also her weakness, and she was tone deaf, so she only dared to sing alone in the car. Not long after singing, she noticed a black Volkswagen sedan that had been following her since she got on the highway. She had been off the highway for a long time now, and she was driving through the streets and alleys of the 4th Ring Road. This car had been following her at a moderate speed. The model of this car was the most common model on the streets of the imperial capital, but after following her for so long, Gu Nianji had a good memory. She had seen this car in the rearview mirror several times. It would be strange if she didn't recognize it. It looked like the ace of the Far East had changed his car to follow her, right? Gu Nianji felt depressed. How could this person be like this? She had already said that she wasn't interested in him, but he still shamelessly followed her. This kind of situation was called stalker abroad. She could even go to the police. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and suddenly stepped on the accelerator. He Jichu's car performance was very good, and it immediately shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. She suddenly sped up, and the car behind her subconsciously followed. Gu Nianji began to change lanes and drift on the busy 4th Ring Road. She felt like she was about to fly. It had been a long time since she had tried driving so freely. She couldn't help curling up the corners of her lips and glancing at the rearview mirror. Ha! That car could actually follow her. Her driving skills weren't bad. Gu Nianji skillfully turned the steering wheel. After changing lanes to overtake another car, she suddenly slowed down. She changed 2 lanes in a row and closed in on the black Volkswagen that had just caught up. She turned to look at the ace of the Far East in the car next to her and waved at him proudly. Through the Volkswagen's window, Gu Nianji could see the ace of the Far East's dark face. He seemed to be very angry, and his anger was about to spill out of the window. Gu Nianji suddenly felt refreshed and wanted to laugh out loud. She was the one who had defeated the ace of the Far East from the KGB. He could brag about it for an entire year when he got back. She proudly scratched her cheek with her fingers and shamed the ace of the Far East. Then, she immediately stepped on the accelerator, wanting to speed up and leave. However, she seemed to have angered the KGB's ace of the Far East. The other party also began to show off his driving skills. The front of his car suddenly slanted to the front of her lane, less than 10 centimeters away from the front of her car. Gu Nianji quickly turned the steering wheel to the other lane. Then, the black Volkswagen rushed over again, squeezing her into another lane on the right. Gu Nianji broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect the ace of the Far East to be so crazy. It was no wonder that they came from a clan of warriors. She felt ashamed of her inferiority. Gu Nianji wanted to beg for mercy. Her face was pale, her legs were weak, and her feet were trembling. She gripped the steering wheel so tightly that she almost pulled it off. She only saw herself constantly changing lanes, and in the end, she was pushed out of the lane by the ace of the Far East. When she saw the black Volkswagen almost crash into the guardrail by the side of the road and come across the front of her car, she also slammed on the brakes and stopped on the buffer belt by the side of the road with a whoosh. Gu Nianji leaned against the steering wheel and panted heavily. Her chest was aching. The race had been too intense, and her heart, which had just recovered, was still a little overwhelmed. The ace of the Far East braked in time and got out of the car angrily. He kicked Gu Nianji's car door and growled, "Get out of the car." Gu Nianji was shocked. She turned her head to look out of the car window and happened to meet the ace of the Far East's familiar yet unfamiliar face. Seeing Gu Nianji's pale face, the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, and the way she was clutching her chest, the ace of the Far East instantly understood that the injury to her heart had not completely healed. She still dared to race with him in such a half-dead state. She was really tired of living. Get out of the car. The ace of the Far East knocked on the window again and signaled for her to get out of the car. This time, his voice was gentler and less angry, but his expression was even colder. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and wondered if he was stupid. Would she get out of the car at a time like this? She shook her head like a rattle. No, no, no. The car window was very soundproof, and Gu Nianji's voice was very soft. The ace of the Far East couldn't hear what she was saying at all, but judging from her movements, he knew that she refused to get out of the car. The ace of the Far East took out his phone, wrote a few words on the writing board, and stuck it on the car window for her to see. It said, "There are no other cars following you." Gu Nianji, seeing that she still didn't move, the ace of the Far East took back his phone and wrote another sentence. "I know where President Liu and your father's apartment is. I can show you the way." Gu Nianji, okay, so he already knew. Then why did she have to race with this KGB agent just now? Gu Nianji opened the car door and got out. She began to doubt her life. The ace of the Far East crossed his arms and leaned against the front of Gu Nianji's car. He looked at her awkwardly standing in front of him and looked her up and down coldly. His voice was like the cold wind from the far north. "Why are you running?" Gu Nianji, her legs were still weak, but she didn't want to lose face. Gu Nianji asked bluntly, "Why are you chasing me?" "I said I'm going to chase you." The ace of the Far East's face was cold. "Do you think you can run away?" Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. "Do you think I'll chase you just because you say so?" "The last person who wanted to chase me was young Master He. Look at how I treated him." The ace of the Far East was speechless. He half lowered his head. His tall and straight nose cast a shadow on the side of his face, and his jawline was exquisite to the point of perfection. Gu Nianji secretly took a few more glances. She treated it as Major General while letting her satisfy her craving for food. The ace of the Far East thought about it for a while. The moment he looked up, he happened to meet Gu Nianji's eyes. He immediately smiled and leaned forward. His clear voice seemed to be able to seduce her. "Peeping at me?" Gu Nianji quickly looked away and snorted. She raised her chin slightly. "I'm spying on you." "Peeping? Is that necessary?" She waved her hand. "If you have something to say, tell me quickly. If you don't, I'm leaving. I haven't eaten all morning. I'm starving. President Liu wants to make me paella." The ace of the Far East frowned. "Paella? What's so delicious about that?" Looking at her still pale face, the ace of the Far East advised her, "It's not suitable for you to eat any seafood-related food right now. It's not good for your heart's recovery. Gu Nianji, if you still want to eat it, I'll call your father and tell him to be careful." The ace of the Far East was about to call Lu Jin as he spoke. Gu Nianji quickly stopped him. Okay, I won't eat it. I won't eat seafood fried rice. Don't call my dad. It's fine if you don't call. I'll go with you." The ace of the Far East was very insistent. "I have to watch you. I can't let you eat seafood-related food. You don't believe me." Gu Nianji was very angry. "Am I someone who doesn't keep my word?" The ace of the Far East looked down at her. "When did you show that you're someone who keeps your word?" Gu Nianji clenched her fists. "If you don't believe me, watch carefully." "Okay, I'll go with you." The ace of the Far East immediately answered and quickly made a call. "Ivan. Come here and drive my car away. I'll send you the address." Then he opened Gu Nianji's car door and stuffed her into the passenger seat. He sat in the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and skillfully reversed the car onto the road. He quickly drove away. The moment the ace of the Far East made his move, Gu Nianji didn't even have a chance to resist. The seatbelt on her body had somehow been twisted around by him, and she couldn't even undo it. It was like a dream. Soon, the ace of the Far East brought her to the door of the high-rise apartment where Lu Yuan and Lu Jin lived. How do you know where they live? Gu Nianji asked suspiciously. She didn't say a word. What misunderstanding do you have about the KGB's abilities? The ace of the Far East said lightly as he rang the doorbell. Lu Jin opened the door gloomily and frowned at the ace of the Far East. Okay, I've sent her here. You can leave now. Gu Nianji, this ability to burn bridges after crossing the river seemed to be even better than hers. The ace of the Far East looked at Gu Nianji expressionlessly and said, Uncle Lu, I promised Lawyer Gu that I would make sure she couldn't eat Spanish seafood fried rice today. I can't go back on my word. Gu Nianji's face darkened. Who had she offended? Just because she thought of Major General Hu, she wanted to take a bite of his signature Spanish seafood fried rice to express her yearning. She couldn't even eat the seafood because of the ace of the Far East. Lu Jin had no choice but to let them in. He asked in confusion. Nianji, why can't you eat Spanish seafood fried rice? Didn't you ask for it on the phone just now? I just asked someone to bring the ingredients over. The core ingredient of Spanish seafood fried rice was saffron. It had to be especially authentic saffron to create that unique taste. Lu Jin's apartment had all kinds of ingredients, but it was missing saffron. Mr. Peters said that my wound has just healed, so I can't eat seafood. Gu Nianji covered her chest and looked away from the kitchen with great difficulty. Through the translucent kitchen door, she could see Lu Yuan's tall figure standing in front of the cupboard. But there's no scientific basis for the side effects of seafood on wound healing. Lu Jin began to talk non-stop. There's a saying among the people that hair, such as seafood, is also included in hair. It will affect the healing of wounds after surgery and increase the chance of infection. This saying is completely baseless. There are 3 stages of wound healing after surgery. In the first stage, a blood clot forms at the wound. Fibrin is needed to stop the bleeding and seal it. In the second stage, new fibroblasts appear, the blood clot is broken down, and then scars are formed. In the third stage, the scar tissue fuses with the original cell tissue and recovers its original physiological function. In these 3 stages, high-protein foods such as seafood are a very important nutritional supplement to help the wound heal and allow the cells to perform the repair function. Gu Nianji beamed as she listened. She hugged Lu Jin's arm and leaned her head against his shoulder. That's great. Long live Dad. I want to eat Spanish seafood fried rice. The ace of the Far East lowered his noble head in front of science. Uncle Lu is really knowledgeable. I'm the one who's ignorant. I've learned a lot. Sure. Lu Jin relaxed his brows and said domineeringly, of course I'll take care of my own daughter. I won't give her anything she shouldn't eat. Alright, we're going to have lunch. You. Thank you, Uncle Lu. I'll do as you say. The ace of the Far East sat down and said with a smile, I've never eaten Spanish seafood fried rice before. I want to try President Lu's cooking today. This was today's second update, Chapter 1581, Better Than Respect. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1593. Most people would probably pinch their noses and allow themselves to be scrounged for food even if they were unhappy. Unfortunately, the ace of the Far East had miscalculated this time. Lu Jin was a righteous person with an interpersonal disorder, so he didn't fall for it at all. He patted the back of the sofa where the ace of the Far East was sitting and said unhappily, who said I wanted you to stay for dinner. Don't interrupt people if you don't understand them. Listen carefully. What I mean is, we're going to eat. The door is over there. Please go back. He stretched out his hand and made a, please go out, gesture. The ace of the Far East, who was good at reading people's expressions, had probably never seen such a blunt rejection and expulsion before. He was stunned for a moment before standing up embarrassedly. His gaze lingered on Gu Nianji's face for a moment, and he said calmly, all right, since I don't have the fortune to eat, I'll wait outside. He stood up. What are you waiting for? Lu Jin was so angry that he was about to rush to the kitchen and chase him away with a big broom. Why aren't you leaving? I'll send her back to the He family after she finishes eating. The ace of the Far East pointed at Gu Nianji with a very cold expression. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Gu Nianji quickly said, I don't need you to send me back. I can drive myself. She even took out the car keys and proudly tossed them into the air. The ace of the Far East looked at her silently and took out his phone from his trouser pocket. He showed Lu Jin the video of Gu Nianji racing and drifting on the crowded streets today. Uncle Lu, I didn't know your daughter was so naughty. Look at how she's driving so recklessly. This is a downtown area, and her injury has just healed. Lu Jin watched Gu Nianji's car drive so fast in the video that he was so nervous that he couldn't breathe. He turned around and glared at Gu Nianji. He turned his outstretched hand in Gu Nianji's direction. Nianji. Where's your car? Give me the car keys. Gu Nianji instantly had the urge to rush out the door, but under the watchful eyes of Lu Jin and the ace of the Far East, she still chose to recognize the circumstances. She pointed downstairs and whispered, park in the parking lot downstairs. She obediently handed the car keys to Lu Jin and muttered, this isn't my car. This is young Master He's car. What are you doing? What? I'm going to modify your car. Install a remote control system in your car. It can't exceed 50 miles per hour. If it exceeds that, I can take away the control. Lu Jin took the key from her and reprimanded her sternly. Gu Nianji hated the ace of the Far East who had snitched on her. She glared at him and mouthed silently, snitch. Despicable man. The ace of the Far East pretended not to see it. He reached out to stop Lu Jin and said with a smile, this is young Master He's car. It's not convenient for you to modify it. It's best if you modify Lawyer Gu's own car. He added, after I forced Lawyer Gu's car to stop, I drove over. So, I waited outside the door. After she finished eating, I would be the driver to send her back. I'll drive, don't worry. When Lu Jin heard this, he was too embarrassed to chase him out again. Besides, he had seen the video of Gu Nianji driving, so he really didn't dare let her drive alone again. He quickly said, okay. Come in and have a seat. Boss Lu made 2 big pots of paella. One of them is spoiled. Eat it so it won't be wasted. Gu Nianji, the ace of the Far East, pretended to be pleasantly surprised. Really? That's great. Uncle Lu, you're so magnanimous. I've troubled you and President Lu. Eat your food. Don't talk so much. Lu Jin realized that he had fallen into a trap, but for his daughter's sake, he had no choice. When he thought of Gu Nianji driving like a roller coaster, Lu Jin couldn't help but think that he should have developed a self-driving car back then. The 3 of them returned to the dining room and sat down. Lu Yuan opened the translucent glass door of the kitchen and poked his head out to look at the ace of the Far East. Ha! Deputy Chief Counsel Peter is here too. What a rare guest. Yes, he's Nianji's driver now. Bring the spoiled paella over for him to eat, Lu Jin said bluntly. It was obvious that he didn't like the ace of the Far East, Deputy Chief Counsel Peter. Lu Yuan laughed. How can I do that? I've already thrown away the spoiled one. The rest are all pretty good. I make a lot, and everyone has some. 2 or 3 more people can eat it. Authentic paella was made from Bahia short grain rice, a Spanish specialty. The rice core was very hard and easy to absorb water. The ingredients were fresh scallops, prawns, mussels, crab meat, oysters, squid, Spanish specialty pepperoni, chicken, bell peppers, and small tomatoes. It was usually stir-fried with olive oil and cooked until it was fragrant. Then, raw rice, green beans, and lemon were added, and it was stewed in seafood stock. The key to this dish was to use saffron to color it. The stir-fried paella was golden in color, and it formed a rich and unrestrained feast with various colors of seafood. As they spoke, the ace of the Far East had already taken the initiative to go to the kitchen to help bring out the food. A wide, shallow, black gold-glazed pot was placed in the middle of the dining table. In front of everyone was a white bone china plate with orchids painted on the edge. Lu Jean happily picked up the spoon and scooped a big spoonful of it into her plate. He said eagerly, "Try Boss Lu's cooking. I ate this in a small pub in Spain. It was the best Spanish seafood fried rice I've ever had. I didn't know how to make it, but I still remembered the taste. I forced Boss Lu to try it, and I finally succeeded." Gu Nianji looked at the appearance of the dish. It was similar to the one Major General Hua had made for her back then, and she was very happy. She picked up her spoon and scooped a big mouthful into her mouth. Before she could savor the delicious seafood fried rice, the nauseating smell of onion spread from her taste buds to her stomach. It was like a hook trying to hook her stomach out. Gu Nianji covered her mouth and quickly ran to the kitchen to vomit all the fried rice. She then vomited into the trash can until the sky turned black. Even her chest ached faintly before she sat on the ground, panting. Lu Jean was stunned. "What's going on? Is this food poisonous?" Lu Yuan's face darkened. "How could it be poisonous? I made it myself. Don't you trust me?" "Of course not." Lu Jean scratched his head and ate a few mouthfuls. He then went to the kitchen to see Gu Nianji. He helped her out and gave her a bottle of mineral water. "Drink some and rinse your mouth." Gu Nianji gulped down half a bottle of mineral water before she completely suppressed the smell of onions. She smiled bitterly and said, "There are onions in the seafood fried rice." "Yes, I peeled an onion." Lu Yuan nodded and said in realization, "You can't eat onions." "Yes, I can't. I feel sick when I eat it." Gu Nianji covered her chest and said in a low voice, "The best Spanish seafood fried rice I've ever eaten didn't have onions in it. Major General Hua had modified it, but it was still delicious." "That's still called delicious. That's not authentic." Lu Jean shook his head helplessly. "If I had known, I would have made you something else to eat. What do you want to eat? Should I order takeout?" Gu Nianji took a deep breath and said, "Then let's make egg fried rice. Is that convenient?" She looked at Lu Yuan eagerly. She had just vomited, and now the tip of her nose was a little red. Her eyes were watery, like a little rabbit that had choked on water. Lu Yuan also felt a little sorry for her. He patted her on the shoulder. "Okay, Uncle will make you Yangzhou fried rice." Gu Nianji forced a smile. "Thank you, President Lu." The ace of the Far East had been sitting at the side the whole time. He watched this scene silently. He finished all the Spanish seafood fried rice on his plate and sighed. "What a pity. I'm the only one who can eat such delicious seafood fried rice." Gu Nianji, Lu Jean glared at him. "And me." He also picked up his spoon and started eating in big bites. Gu Nianji watched as the two of them fought over the seafood fried rice and actually felt her appetite rise again. Her taste glands were salivating. She was hungry. Soon, Lu Yuan made her another bowl of Yangzhou fried rice and brought it over. Green beans, snow-white shrimp, dark red ham, golden egg cubes, and yellow rice fried with egg liquid. The color was lighter and more elegant than the Spanish seafood fried rice. It had the unique beauty of huaxia. In her mouth, it was equally delicious. Gu Nianji was no longer disgusted. She happily ate 2 bowls of Yangzhou fried rice. Lu Jin, Lu Yuan, and the ace of the Far East also shared a large pot of Spanish seafood fried rice. After eating, the 4 of them were lazy and didn't want to move. Everyone chatted around the table to digest their food. Lu Jin asked her, "How's the lawsuit going? Have the male and female gardeners been arrested?" Gu Nianji, "They've been arrested. The court is scheduling the trial. I hope it can be brought forward." "That's good. Do you need my help?" Lu Jin was very proactive. "I can testify in court." "Please don't." Gu Nianji quickly dispelled his idea. "You've already changed your name, so don't expose your identity." Lu Yuan frowned. "If your father can't show up, then your lawsuit won't be easy." Lu Yuan was not only an insider but also a participant in what had happened 8 years ago. Therefore, he knew that the other party had forged a chain of evidence, and Lu Jin had used it to kidnap Gu Nianji. However, because Lu Jin had played along, the chain of false evidence had been confirmed. It would be very difficult to reverse the verdict. Gu Nianji glanced at Lu Jin. "Dad, I want to talk to you alone." "Sure, no problem. Come with me." Lu Jin had always agreed to Gu Nianji's requests. He quickly stood up and took her to her room. After Lu Jin and Gu Nianji left, the ace of the Far East also stood up and said, "I'll go out for a while. When Lawyer Gu is about to leave, I'll wait for her outside the door." "Please go ahead." Lu Yuan nodded with a smile. He was very polite to him and didn't want to deal with him too much. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1582, Suing Me. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8 p.m., the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1594. Gu Nianji followed Lu Jin into his bedroom and subconsciously looked around. Lu Jin's room, like him, was filled with postmodern colors that transcended the times. The bedding was painted with simple black and white geometric lines. A huge, colorful, abstract oil painting with complicated lines hung on the bedside table. Gu Nianji was attracted to the oil painting at first glance and couldn't look away. It wasn't until Lu Jin patted her on the shoulder that she came back to her senses. She smiled and said, "This painting is really charming. I feel like I'm being sucked in just by looking at it." "Of course. This is used for psychological hypnosis. Anyone who enters my room will be automatically hypnotized by me." After so many years on the run, Lu Jin had developed a habit of being cautious. Gu Nianji, she shook her head speechlessly and followed Lu Jin to the sofa by the window in his room. She took out her phone and notepad and began to ask him questions. "Dad, what I want to ask you is, how did you intercept Qin Yaguang back then?" Gu Nianji needed to know the details. "You kept saying that you intercepted her, but I don't know how you did it." Lu Jin looked away and muttered, "Do you need to know in so much detail?" "Of course." Gu Nianji was very cautious. "Otherwise, how would I refute the other party's chain of evidence? But I'm worried that if I tell you, you'll find that the other party's chain of evidence is complete and irrefutable." Gu Nianji choked and clutched her chest unhappily. She pretended to feel sorry for him. "Are you questioning my professional ability? I've been hurt and can't get better." Lu Jin immediately surrendered. I'll tell you. He took a deep breath and remembered what had happened 8 years ago. "After I sent you to the He family, I wasn't completely at ease. I kept monitoring Qin Yaoguang. I was worried that she wouldn't give up. One day 4 years later, I found out that she had contacted the He family's gardener, Wen Dao, through Wen Shui and asked him to do her a favor. But she had always looked down on these domestic workers and thought that talking to them was a waste of time. My intelligent monitoring system analyzed and determined that this action was abnormal in Qin Yaoguang's behavior pattern, so it reminded me. Then, I began to follow Wen Dao and Wen Shui and found that they had begun to survey the route in the He family. After collecting a certain amount of information, I analyzed Qin Yaoguang's target and route of action, so I used it. However, I was able to complete it flawlessly because she wanted to frame me, which caused a huge loophole in her plan. Gu Nianji was taken aback and immediately asked, "Does she know you're monitoring her?" She didn't know at first, but when I took you away from her, she knew. Lu Jin pointed at his head. It was from then on that she implanted an anti-hypnosis biochip in her own head. She knows I did it, and she's starting to guard against me. Gu Nianji couldn't help but mentally roll her eyes 180 times. What was going on? What kind of ill-fated relationship did these two have? Although they were on guard against each other, the two of them actually gave birth to a child through artificial insemination. The world here was too complicated, and Gu Nianji really wanted to go back there. She silently looked at what she had recorded and recalled the chain of evidence that the other party had. She slowly came up with an idea. It wasn't difficult to refute the other party, but the difficult part was how to get Qin Yaoguang involved. She still couldn't find the direction because Qin Yaoguang had washed herself very clean. But she knew that the Wen family was definitely a breakthrough point. Not to mention the fact that Wen Shui and Qin Yaoguang had colluded and done many shameful things, just the fact that the seemingly honest Wen Dao and Liang Meili could actually kidnap a child showed that she had chosen a suitable breakthrough point. Of course, if it wasn't suitable, then she would find another one. Gu Nianji had never been afraid of such a head-on confrontation. Okay, I got it. I'll let you know when I get back and confirm the time for court. Gu Nianji explained her schedule to Lu Jin. Just stay here. Gu Xiangwen passed away 8 years ago. You're Lu Jin. Lu Jin looked at her eagerly and muttered, "Did I embarrass you as a father? I'm like a rat hiding in the gutter, shameful." Gu Nianji's heart contracted violently again. She really felt sorry for him. She held Lu Jin's hand and shook it gently. Why would you think that? Of course not. But why don't you let me reveal my identity in front of others? As long as I can help you, I won't blink even if I'm immediately arrested by He Qingjian. Lu Jin looked at her seriously. He really wanted to help Gu Nianji fight this lawsuit. As long as I show up. Don't worry. Gu Nianji held Lu Jin's hand tightly and found that his palm was cold. I really don't have such thoughts. How could you embarrass me? You're my pride. Really? Lu Jin didn't believe her. You didn't say that on purpose to make me happy, did you? Lu Jin was at a loss when it came to Gu Nianji. He actually didn't have much experience with Gu Nianji. Most of his memories were of Gu Nianji from birth to the age of 2. Then he left for 4 years. When he came back, he immediately thought of a way to send her to the He family. Another 6 years later, he took her away from the He family and sent her to the other side of the world. Now that another 8 years had passed, she was already 20 years old, but sometimes he still couldn't help but treat her like a 2-year-old baby. He was afraid that she would melt in his mouth, and he was afraid that she would fall in his hands, but after so many years of estrangement, it wasn't something that could be made up with love. He didn't know her current preferences, nor did he know her tastes. He had only just found out that she couldn't eat onions. Lu Jin's guilt grew even more severe. Of course not. Gu Nianji regretted asking about the past. There was no doubt that Lu Jin actually had a very heavy psychological burden about the past. He had been blaming himself for not fulfilling his responsibilities as a father. Gu Nianji was glad that she had lost her memory and hadn't let that dark period of time corrode her body and mind. What she had now was good enough. She didn't need to find the past. Dad, if you still want to have Gu Xiangwen's glory and restore your idol status as a genius scientist, I can help you restore your identity, Gu Nianji said seriously, trying her best to dispel Lu Jin's inferiority complex and self-blame. Lu Jin quickly shook his head and said anxiously, No, no, no. That kind of glory and status was never what I wanted. I just want to take good care of you so that you can have a normal family. Gu Nianji, Dad, I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about a normal family. A family like theirs would never be a normal family, but who cared if it was a normal family? Gu Nianji only knew that she wouldn't agree to exchange 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 normal families for Lu Jin's father. She put a hand on Lu Jin's shoulder and pressed hard to make him feel her determination. Dad, if that's the case, just listen to me. Watch how I bring the male and female gardeners to justice in court. Lu Jin frowned and thought about it for a long time, then said, If you lose the case, bah, bah, bah. The bad don't work, the good do. If you say something like that again, I'll fall out with you. Even if we're biological father and daughter, I'll fall out with you. Gu Nianji hated to hear the word lose the most. It was also one of her taboos. Besides, even if she wasn't fully prepared, with her ample experience in improvising, the other party still wouldn't be able to get away with it. Hearing that Gu Nianji was anxious, Lu Jin immediately compromised. Okay. I was wrong. Knock on the wood 3 times. Lu Jin knocked on the windowsill 3 times and finally calmed Gu Nianji's anger. Dad, I won't lose. She stood up from the sofa and said sternly, Have some faith in me and watch how I skin them. I won't let off anyone who has harmed us. Lu Jin looked up at Gu Nianji and narrowed his eyes. He suddenly felt that her expression was very familiar. He jumped up from the sofa and said, I remember now. I have a Blu-ray disc of a famous lawyer defending in court. Take it and take a look. Learn from him. Gu Nianji, what era was it that they still used Blu-ray discs? Lu Jin happily walked to the wall and entered the complicated password. He opened the safe in the wall and took out a Blu-ray disc. He sighed and said, It's been more than 10 years. Actually, I should transcribe them and save them in the cloud system. Well, wait a minute. I'll transcribe them now. Lu Jin's computer was very powerful. It only took him 5 seconds to transcribe 100 gigabytes of content on the Blu-ray disc to the computer and then transfer it to his own encrypted cloud system. This is the account number and password. You can take a look when you have time, Lu Jin said as he carefully locked the Blu-ray disc back into the safe. Gu Nianji. Dad, when did you become interested in the law? Gu Nianji was speechless. Wasn't this father too omnipotent? He didn't even know the law, did he? I don't know anything about the law, Lu Jin admitted honestly. But I once saw a powerful person in a lawsuit. I hope she can give you some inspiration and let you learn something practical. Gu Nianji looked at him suspiciously and felt even more strange. She immediately used her phone to connect to the website that Lu Jin had given her and entered the account number and password. The internet speed was very fast. After she connected, she saw that there were many small folders here. Each folder was named after a time and place. Looking at the time, it was more than 10 or 20 years ago. She clicked on a folder that was the closest to the present, which was 12 years ago. There was a video file that had just been transcribed and uploaded. Gu Nianji opened the video file and found that it was a video of a trial. The lawyer who was arguing eloquently was an ordinary-looking woman, but as soon as she spoke, she was immediately charming. It made people completely ignore her appearance and only feel her unparalleled attractiveness. Gu Nianji was extremely surprised. This is young Master He's mother. She had seen this woman's photo at the He family's house, so she was no stranger to her appearance. Yes. Lu Jin nodded honestly. She's the most powerful lawyer I've ever seen. Nianji, you'll definitely be as good as her. No, you'll be better than her. This was the second update of the day, chapter 1583, You'll be better than her. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, little angels. Chapter 1595. Gu Nianji's eyes curved as she held Lu Jin's hand and said, "Thank you, Dad, for having confidence in me." "That's right. Trust me, I'll help you get justice." Lu Jin's hand trembled imperceptibly. He didn't dare look Gu Nianji in the eye and muttered, "Just get justice for yourself. Don't worry about me." "How can that be?" Gu Nianji thought Lu Jin was still worried, so she quickly said, "You can find an excuse to listen in, but it's best to disguise yourself as someone else. Don't let anyone recognize you as Lu Jin." He was the major shareholder of the Lu Corporation, but at least in the eyes of outsiders, he had nothing to do with her. If he paid too much attention to her, it would arouse the suspicion of people with ulterior motives. Especially He Qingjian, who was very suspicious. Gu Nianji thought of He Qingjian's ruthlessness of rather kill the wrong person than let him go, so she didn't want the people she cared about to be in danger at all. Seeing that Gu Nianji was worried about him, Lu Jin was instantly happy. He winked at her. "Don't worry, I have a way. At most, the Lion King will make a comeback. If anyone can recognize him, I'll give him both Nobel Prizes." Gu Nianji giggled and said playfully, "Our family is really good at acting. Dad, I think you should seriously consider entering Hollywood." "Hollywood is nothing." Lu Jin deliberately raised his head at a 45-degree angle. "Being a real scholar is the most important test of skill." Yes, yes, yes. Actor tycoon Lu Jin has woken up. "It's not even dark yet, and you're already dreaming." Gu Nianji giggled as she rambled on with Lu Jin. Finally, he let go of the burden in his heart. Perhaps he hadn't let go of his past so quickly, but as long as he had a good start, he would slowly get over it. Gu Nianji patted Lu Jin on the shoulder. "All right, I have to go back. I won't be here again until the court hearing." Lu Jin reluctantly saw her out and frowned. "It's not a problem for you to stay at the He family's house all the time. You should move out. I'll buy you a house in the imperial capital." "Gu Nianji, I'll mention it to young Master He, but you don't have to buy me a house." Gu Nianji turned around to stop Lu Jin and winked at him. "I'll rent a house." Lu Jin understood instantly and held her hand with a smile. "I understand. Rent a house. Fong Dongjin is here. How about we sign a permanent rental contract? If you don't say it, we can still be good friends." Gu Nianji shook their intertwined hands. "Okay, I really have to go." The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked as if there was no one else around. They had already passed through most of the living room, but no one looked at Lu Yuan, who was sitting on the sofa. Lu Yuan couldn't bear to see the father and daughter clinging to each other. He simply shook open a large newspaper and covered his entire upper body. Out of sight, out of mind. Lu Jin opened the door and said to Gu Nianji, "I'll walk you down." "Uncle Lu, there's no need. I'll send Lawyer Gu back." The ace of the Far East and Deputy Chief Counsel, Peter, suddenly stood up from the door and blocked Lu Jin's view. Lu Jin's expression immediately darkened. He pulled a long face and said, "Why haven't you left yet? If one meal isn't enough, do you want 2 meals? Uncle Lu, you're too polite. I'm just worried about Lawyer Gu's safety." The ace of the Far East stood straight behind Gu Nianji. His chin was facing Gu Nianji's head, and he handed Lu Jin a handle-like device. This was taken from Nianji's car. Take a closer look and see if there's anything wrong with it. Standing too close, Gu Nianji could feel the heat of his breath. She moved away uncomfortably and said with a cold expression, "Mr. Peter is too polite. He's the deputy chief counsel of a country, but he's actually my chauffeur. I'm afraid I'll lose my luck." That's right, that's right. We're all commoners. It's not good to have anything to do with you high-ranking officials and nobles. Lu Jin took the handle, but still spoke up for his daughter. The ace of the Far East's expression was calm as he said leisurely, "Yes, I'm the deputy chief counsel of the Soviet Union. Anyone who wants to attack my car will think about whether they're prepared to go against the entire Soviet Union." This was the confidence of a diplomat. Abroad, they represented their own country, and behind them, there was also a powerful country backing them. Gu Nianji, she was convinced. Wasn't that enough? Gu Nianji pursed her lips and turned to walk towards the elevator. The ace of the Far East quickly nodded at Lu Jin and caught up with Gu Nianji into the elevator. The elevator door slowly closed in front of Lu Jin. Lu Jin watched angrily as his daughter stood with another man. The scene was unusually harmonious. "What are you being so arrogant for? It's just a dove taking over a magpie's nest." Lu Jin glared at the elevator and turned to go back into his room. After closing the door, he saw that Lu Yuan had blocked himself with a large newspaper. "Ha! What kind of news is so good? You're so engrossed in it that you didn't even say goodbye to my daughter." Lu Jin sat down opposite him on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked at the handle that Peter had given him. It turned out that it wasn't a handle, but a receiver for a locator. Interesting. Lu Jin laughed happily. Lu Yuan lowered the newspaper, revealing his forehead and eyes. He said mockingly, "It was clearly you father and daughter who came and went freely in the living room as if there was no one else around. I, a living person, couldn't even see you sitting here. Now you're still accusing me of not saying goodbye to your daughter. Did you give me a chance to say goodbye?" Speaking of saying goodbye, Lu Jin stopped smiling and was also full of complaints. "Don't say any more. That deputy chief counsel is guarding the door. He's like a tiger eyeing its prey, like a wolf. I can't chase him away no matter how hard I try." However, Lu Yuan could tell from his complaints that he was showing off, so he didn't answer, so he couldn't be smug. Lu Jin waited for a while, but Lu Yuan didn't say anything. He raised an eyelid and glanced at Lu Yuan. Seeing that he was still sitting upright and reading the newspaper like a national leader, he couldn't help pursing his lips and said, "Boss Lu, when Nianji's case starts, I'm going to sit in on it. Can you quickly think of a way for me to sit in on it openly?" Lu Jin was the only one who could beg people like a big boss. But what could he do? Lu Yuan accepted his fate and put away the newspaper. He thought for a moment and said, "Nianji is a partner of our Lu Corporation's external law firm. You're a major shareholder of the Lu Corporation and also a member of the board of directors. When the time comes, you can listen in on the grounds of inspecting Nianji's abilities, but don't be too ostentatious. It's best if you don't reveal your identity in front of outsiders. It's fine as long as the board of directors knows." This could also be classified as a trade secret, so it made perfect sense for him to sit in on it incognito. Lu Jin only needed a legitimate reason to appear in court so that others wouldn't suspect his relationship with Gu Nianji. That's a good reason. "Boss Lu, you're really an unscrupulous businessman. You came up with such a high-sounding reason without even blinking." Lu Jin gave him a thumbs up. Lu Yuan wasn't comforted. He glared at him angrily, put away the newspaper, and went back to his bedroom. Winter was coming. Lu Yuan planned to be a Buddhist-like president. He didn't want to stoop to the level of Lu Jin, who was an infuriating person with interpersonal disorder. Gu Nianji and the Ace of the Far East sat in the moving car. The Ace of the Far East said lightly, "I've tampered with the GPS in this car. Young Master He and the others can't receive the specific address of your father's apartment. I've given the matching receiver to your father. You'll drive this car from now on." Gu Nianji, she propped her head up and looked out the window at the river of cars. She said lazily, "Thank you. But Mr. Peter, don't waste your time with me. Really, you're so good. You can just snap your fingers and a bunch of women will pounce on you. I didn't know I was so popular." The Ace of the Far East curled his lips and glanced sideways at Gu Nianji. "Actually, I'm here today to say goodbye." Gu Nianji exclaimed and put down her arm. She was happy. "You're leaving? Are you going back to the Soviet Union?" "I'm leaving this place to do something," the Ace of the Far East said vaguely and couldn't help glancing at her again. He felt that her eyes, which had suddenly lit up, were a bit of an eyesore. He reached out and pushed her face. "What's that look in your eyes? Why are you so happy to hear that I'm leaving?" "How can I not be happy?" Gu Nianji was in a much better mood. "This is to let you know your place in my heart." "Oh. I still have a place in your heart?" The Ace of the Far East raised his eyebrows with a smile. "I thought you had a heart of stone." "Sure enough, a strong woman is afraid of a pestering man." "Tisk, you're too arrogant." Gu Nianji spread her hands disdainfully. "You have no place in my heart." The Ace of the Far East, he quickly pulled himself together. "Okay, got it. I'll continue to work hard." Gu Nianji felt a headache coming on. She said angrily, "If you continue to harass me, I'll call the police. You saved my life. I must repay you with my body." The Ace of the Far East turned the steering wheel with a half-smile. "So you're destined to never get rid of me in this life." "Ha." Gu Nianji only said one word and stopped talking nonsense with him. When she found a way to go back, how could she not get rid of him? Gu Nianji's mood improved when she thought about how the Ace of the Far East would find out that he had been slapped in the face by her. When she returned to the He family's home, she hummed a song as she walked to the hall. He Ji-chu and He Qingjian were both sitting in the hall. Seeing that she had returned, He Qingjian heaved a sigh of relief and stood up first. He smiled fawningly and said, "Nianji is back. By the way, the court schedule for your case has been decided. It's the day after tomorrow. This is the document from the court. You weren't here, so Ah Chu signed it for you." Gu Nianji smiled and said politely, "Thank you, Mr. He." "Thank you, young Master He." He Ji-chu, on the other hand, was expressionless. He quietly stood up from the sofa and went upstairs with her to her room. Gu Nianji knew that he had something to say, so she let him in. He Ji-chu handed the court file to her and said, "You went to 4th Ring Road today. The shopping mall there isn't as good as here." Of course, his car had a GPS. From the address he received, Gu Nianji had gone to a shopping mall in 4th Ring Road. He knew that Gu Nianji didn't have many friends here, so he was a little worried about her safety. Gu Nianji nodded and said, "It's not as good as here, so I didn't buy anything. I just went shopping." She opened the documents sent by the court and looked through them. She smiled slightly, took out her laptop, and sent an email to the court. Early the next morning, when Shi planned to visit her parents in the detention center of the Imperial Police Headquarters. Before she could leave, she received a subpoena from the court. The person from the court politely said, "Lawyer Wen, your defense lawyer's application has been rejected by the plaintiff's lawyer, and the plaintiff's lawyer has found new evidence to list you as the defendant. This is the court subpoena. You will appear in court with your parents tomorrow for the first trial." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1584, The Essence of Acting. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Before they knew it, the monthly votes had reached 5,000. There were 3 updates today. At 1:00 in the afternoon, the monthly votes were 5,000 plus updates. At 8:00 in the evening, the 3rd update. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Only Reading Makes People Happy in Life for the 30,000 Chidian coins yesterday. P.S. Knocking on wood is a superstition in the United States. It means that if you say something bad and don't want it to come true, knock on wood. On wood 3, I directly translated it as knocking on wood 3 times. In fact, it had the same meaning as the Chinese saying, bad things don't work, good things do. Moi, moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1596. When Shi's heart sank. How was that possible? Evidence from 8 years ago. How could there be evidence from 8 years ago? Wasn't this far-fetched? When Shi tried her best to maintain her composure and said calmly, me as the defendant. Did you make a mistake? This is the court's decision. The plaintiff's lawyer submitted new evidence yesterday. After the court reviewed it, they felt that there were indeed doubts, so they allowed her request. The court took out a receipt for Wen Shi to sign, indicating that she had received the court's summons herself. Wen Shi's face darkened as she signed her name on the receipt. After the court left, Wen Shi called Gu Nianji directly. Fortunately, Gu Nianji didn't block her. Gu Nianji, what do you want? As soon as the call connected, Wen Shi questioned her rudely, didn't you say that you wouldn't use the He family's power? Now you have to take back what you said. Gu Nianji held her phone and stood calmly in front of the window to feed the goldfish. She said calmly, if I really used the He family's power, you and your parents wouldn't even have a chance to have a public trial. Don't you know how you do things here? Wen Shi choked, but she didn't agree with Gu Nianji. She sneered, you're playing this game with me. If the court didn't know that it was related to the He family, do you think it would have been scheduled so quickly? The case in my hand was filed last year, and it hasn't been tried yet. It's been scheduled for 3 years. Gu Nianji threw away the fish food in her hand and said calmly, my case was filed 8 years ago. It's been 8 years. Even if it was scheduled according to what you said, it should have waited. What right do you have to say that I used the He family's power to get the court to schedule it ahead of time? You always say that I'm bullying people. You say that over there, and you say the same here. You really don't know how big your face is, do you? Your case is a cold case. How can it be treated like that? Wen Shi was furious. She hadn't expected Gu Nianji to take advantage of a loophole in the law. Of course. As long as a cold case involves the safety of minors, as long as it is filed, there is no retroactive period. No matter how long it takes, it will be investigated until the murderer is brought to justice. Wen Shi, I really admire this law on your side. Gu Nianji smiled brightly as she went to the bathroom to wash her hands. She used the rose cream to slowly wipe the back of her hands. Wen Shi was rendered speechless by Gu Nianji's words, but she couldn't give up just like that. After a moment of silence, she said helplessly, actually, you're using your power to persecute poor people like us who have no power or influence. Gu Nianji, when possible, one should forgive and forget. You've been so relentless in your pursuit, but have you thought about the final outcome? It might not be what you want. How do you know what I want? Gu Nianji looked up at herself in the mirror. Her large eyes were still dark, her skin was a bit pale, and her full lips were pale. She looked into the mirror and said word by word, I just want the people who harmed me to pay the price they deserve, not a bit more, not a bit less. This is the legal justice I seek. Ha! Wen Shi thought it was ridiculous. Gu Nianji, the justice you seek will never be achieved. Because we live in a world of people, and where there are people, there are people. You'll regret it. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. Tell that to the judge and the jury. See if they'll pay attention to you. Gu Nianji hung up the phone. She thought about it and blocked Wen Shuyi's number. As the plaintiff and defense lawyer, it was not appropriate for her to have private contact with Wen Shuyi, the defendant. During lunch, Gu Nianji asked He Zhichu, "Young master He, did you give my phone number to Wen Shuyi?" He Zhichu didn't even look up. He patiently cut a piece of steak and said, "No, I didn't give your number to anyone." He Zhichu had applied for the phone number Gu Nianji was using now. He Qingjian coughed unnaturally at the side. He didn't say anything, but Gu Nianji suddenly realized something. She looked at He Qingjian and said, "General, he knew my phone number and told Dean Qin, didn't he?" Wen Shuyi must have gotten the phone number from Dean Qin. He Qingjian didn't expect Gu Nianji to guess the whole story with just a cough. He couldn't help smiling bitterly. "I'm sorry. I didn't know that you and your mother would be at odds with each other at that time." Gu Nianji lowered her head silently and didn't say anything else. After lunch, Gu Nianji went back to her room for an afternoon rest. Before going to bed, she took out her phone and scrolled through Weibo. In the end, she found that there was a piece of news related to her on Weibo that was trending. It was the He family's disappearance case 8 years ago. The headline of the news was sensational and eye-catching: "A naughty girl left home for 8 years. When she returned, she sent a servant from a rich and powerful family to prison, all because of a small disagreement back then." Gu Nianji's eyes widened and she sat up from the bed. She had underestimated Wen Shuyi. She even dared to provoke the He family. Was she throwing caution to the wind, or was she fighting to the death? Gu Nianji clicked on it and read it. She couldn't help but laugh. She was so lucky that someone gave her a pillow when she wanted to doze off. It turned out that this news implied that there was something else going on in her case, but the plaintiff had picked on the weak. She only dared to sue the 2 gardener couples who had been used as scapegoats, and didn't dare to pursue the real culprit. She also hinted that the court had immediately started the trial for the case that had just had a clue. There were so many cases with clues, but they had to go through a lengthy schedule. It could be seen that the rich and powerful also had an advantage in the law. The last piece of news stabbed the hearts of the netizens the most. Another water army joined the fray. For a moment, the likes and comments were all over the place. It quickly became popular and was uploaded to Weibo. Gu Nianji's case had become popular before it was even tried. The court and the police system were under immense pressure. She sat in her room, thinking about whether she should go up and confront them head-on, but her eyes darted around and she had a new idea. She immediately sent Lu Jin a text message: "Lion King, I can move out soon." Lu Jin was overjoyed and immediately sent her an address. This is a private room for rent. It's a well-renovated serviced apartment with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. It's very suitable for professionals to live in. Gu Nianji hadn't expected that she would have a reason to move out of the He family's house so soon and live with her father. She really wanted to give Wen Shuyi, who had been tirelessly teaching her. She smiled and knocked on the door of He Zhichu's room. He Zhichu sat on the sofa and waited for her. "Come in." He held a glass of red wine and had already taken a few sips. His face was a little red, as if he was drunk. His almond-shaped eyes were a little blurry. Gu Nianji pushed open the door and stood at the door with an aggrieved expression. "Young master He, I think it's better for me to move out." "What's wrong?" He Zhichu rubbed his temples. His voice was a little hoarse. "Are you not used to living here? Do you want to live in my own apartment?" "No need." Gu Nianji walked in and handed him her phone. "Look, I'm still living in your He family's property, but I can't get rid of this bullying reputation." He Zhichu skimmed through the trending news, and the corners of his eyes twitched. "I'll get someone to deal with it." "Please don't." Gu Nianji quickly stopped him. If you make a move, it'll really prove that I'm bullying others. Gu Nianji understood the twists and turns here too well. How could an online child not know the power of deleting posts and muting them? That would only confirm the rumor. Then what do you want? He Jichu leaned against the sofa and stared at her with his almond-shaped eyes. Are you just going to watch them spread rumors? Of course not. But before the first trial tomorrow, I don't want to do anything to them. After the first trial, I'll gather evidence to sue them. Only the law could teach the media, who were keen on spreading rumors to gain attention. Otherwise, they would think that they were really uncrowned kings and celebrities. They wouldn't give them the chance to thief calling thief. He Jichu nodded. It's good that you know what to do. But if you move out, I'm worried about your safety. Gu Nianji smiled and spread her hands. How could that be? Young Master He, this is the imperial capital, the best place in the world. Are you so unconfident in the safety of your city? Don't worry, even if I move out, I'll rent a house in a first-class neighborhood. I won't mistreat myself. She showed him the address Lu Jin had given her. Look here, a well-renovated serviced apartment for rent. It has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. It's just right for me to live alone. He Jichu narrowed his eyes at her and held her hand. Okay, I'll drive you there. No need. I'll drive your car myself. Gu Nianji smiled. You recognize me as your sister anyway. It's fine for a sister to drive her brother's car, right? Aren't you afraid that others will say that you're bullying others? He Jichu scratched her nose. Little smarty, do you think I don't know what you're up to? Alright, go. When a child grows up, he'll always leave home. Gu Nianji. Was this fatherly tone really okay? This is today's second monthly ticket for 5,000 plus updates, Chapter 1585, Broken Jar. A reminder for everyone's monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. 8:00 in the evening. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1597. Gu Nianji looked at He Jichu carefully and saw that he was smiling lazily. His handsome features seemed to have weathered the vicissitudes of life, and his eyes were deep and meaningful. He exuded a deep masculinity. Professor, he was so charming, Gu Nianji sighed and smiled. Young Master He, you're actually the most charming when you're a professor at our side. Do you know how many fangirls you have at school? He Jichu continued to smile and almost blurted out a teasing remark, but he managed to hold it in. He pushed the tip of his tongue against his teeth and mumbled, then I can consider continuing to be a professor. Who knows, maybe I'll be able to find someone suitable to marry soon. Gu Nianji gave him a thumbs up. You can do it, Professor He. Ever since Christmas Eve, Gu Nianji and He Jichu had naturally gotten along much better. She sincerely regarded him as an older brother. Although they were not related by blood, her affection for him did not diminish at all. He Jichu helped her pack a few large suitcases and carried them to the trunk of the car. He said, "These are all the things you usually use. I'll leave the ones you don't use in your room. Come back and stay with us during the holidays, okay?" Gu Nianji nodded solemnly. I'll come back to eat with you during the holidays. Coming back to stay and coming back to eat were 2 different concepts. He Jichu hugged her silently. Let's go. I'll warm your room in a few days. Gu Nianji smiled and waved goodbye to him. She drove towards the apartment that Lu Jin had found for her. This building was mainly a hotel-style apartment, the kind that could be moved in with a bag. Gu Nianji didn't know how many properties Lu Jin had, but he was a major shareholder and had money. It shouldn't be difficult to find a house to rent to her. Besides, she had to pay her rent. After registering at the entrance of the complex, Gu Nianji took the key from the security guard and drove to the parking lot downstairs. This suite actually had an above-ground parking space, so there was no need to drive to the underground parking lot. Gu Nianji used the key card to swipe the elevator floor and went straight up. Gu Nianji dragged her 2 pieces of luggage and stood in front of the door. Just as she was about to use the key card to open the door to the opposite room suddenly opened. Lu Jin poked his head out and said with a smile, "Girl, are you new here? We are neighbors." Gu Nianji was pleasantly surprised. "The house across the street is yours too?" "Yes, there are 3 apartments on this floor, 2 big and 1 small. I bought 2 big ones, both with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. The small one only has 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Boss Lu bought it. This meant that this floor belonged to them. The elevator was controlled by the access card, so it was impossible for others to even reach their floor. This greatly protected the privacy of the residents. Gu Nianji was extremely happy. She opened her arms and gave Lu Jin a big hug. "Hello, neighbor." Lu Jin smiled and patted her back. He helped her carry her suitcase into her room. The room was exquisitely decorated, and it was indeed the type where one could move in with a bag. The household appliances were all equipped with brand new household appliances. Unfortunately, neither of them knew how to cook, so they ordered takeout. Lu Jin went downstairs to get it. "Okay, stay here. I've installed an intelligent security system in your room. Don't worry, no one will suddenly barge in and take you away in the future." Lu Jin stretched out his arms and walked around Gu Nianji's living room. Gu Nianji suddenly thought of the scene in the other world when the door was broken in, and Xiao Yi, who had been shot by 10 bullets until she was lying in a pool of blood. Her mood darkened. She sat on the sofa and looked at Lu Jin. "Dad, I haven't asked you yet. How much do you know about me in the other world?" Lu Jin carefully sat beside her and said, "I don't know much. Because contacting the other world requires energy, a lot of energy. We don't have much energy, so we originally planned to save up for a few years and then go there to see you. In the end, He Qingjian sent someone to bring you back from the other world. I didn't want you to fall into He Qingjian's hands because Qin Yaoguang was still his wife at that time. I was worried that Qin Yaoguang would continue to harm you. So I started an energy war with him and wanted to transfer you to my side. In the end, both sides almost suffered." Lu Jin shook his head with a bitter smile and patted Gu Nianji's head. "Luckily, you're fine. Otherwise, I would have to die to apologize." Gu Nianji looked at him thoughtfully and said, "Then how did you know He Qingjian brought me back? Were you spying on him?" "How would I dare to spy on him?" Lu Jin snorted and was not in a good mood. "I was monitoring Qin Yaoguang and found out that she showed the video of your engagement in the other world to He Qingjian. He Qingjian finally found out that you dumped his son, so he went crazy in anger and kidnapped you back violently." Gu Nianji punched the sofa and said angrily, "It's that B***tch Qin Yaoguang again. It's all her fault." Lu Jin and Gu Nianji scolded Qin Yaoguang together, but he also advised Gu Nianji, "But she's your mother after all, and she knows too much about you. It's best not to involve her in order to avoid unnecessary complications and draw attention to your constitution. Qin Yaoguang's trump card is your special genes and constitution. Although I destroyed all of Qin Yaoguang's experimental data and erased all of your information, it's very easy to copy your genetic data. I just need a strand of your hair. Once your perfect human genes and special constitution are made public, it'll definitely be a disaster for you, not a blessing." Gu Nianji interrupted him and said aloofly, "So you'd rather create the illusion of suicide and hide your identity than expose what Qin Yaoguang did to me?" Lu Jin knew that Gu Nianji was unhappy, but he still nodded honestly and said, "In my opinion, the damage has already been done, so there's no point in exposing the past. People should look forward and live a good life in the future." That's the best way to pay tribute to those dark days in the past. But Gu Nianji was different. She rejected this kind of cynical, evasive attitude. No, people should look forward, but this can't be an excuse to give up on pursuing responsibility. Gu Nianji was very firm. They were able to conduct biological experiments on a 2-year-old child. Don't you think this crime is outrageous? Lu Jin lowered his head and struggled fiercely in his heart. He said, "You're mainly suing the kidnapping case from 8 years ago. Don't distract yourself. Indeed, the time between the ages of 2 and 6 was another case." "I will." Gu Nianji nodded. "I'll be in court tomorrow. I'll make it quick and settle the gardener couple." This was the third update of the day, chapter 1586, It's Her Again. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1598. Gu Nianji didn't feel much joy after moving to a new home. That was because her attention was focused on her case tomorrow. "Are you really confident?" Lu Jin was still very worried about Gu Nianji's first court appearance here. Gu Nianji didn't tell Lu Jin too much about what she had done in the other world. She didn't want him to worry. "I've made a lot of preparations." Gu Nianji explained her intentions to Lu Jin. "First of all, I deliberately took out the evidence related to Wen Shuyi at the last minute and refused to let her be her parents' defense lawyer. I wanted to catch her off guard. She can't be a lawyer. She can only find a new lawyer to defend her parents. And the new lawyer only has 1 day to prepare. He might not even understand the whole case before he'll be forced to do it. Of course, maybe this new lawyer is very good and can straighten out the case in 1 day and 1 night. However, he won't know the whole truth like Wen Shuyi, so it's very easy for things to go awry during the defense. That way, I'll have a chance to take advantage of." Gu Nianji's words made Lu Jin's eyes sparkle. "Nianji, you're really suitable to be a lawyer." Lu Jin held her hand and was overjoyed. "That's great. That's great. You're only 20 years old this year. You're even younger than young Master He's mother when she became famous." Gu Nianji wiped Lu Jin's hand away speechlessly. "Dad, it's just a small lawsuit. How can it be as exaggerated as becoming famous?" "All right, I'm just saying this to reassure you. Respect my professionalism. I won't let you down." Lu Jin nodded heavily. "Okay, Dad believes in you." Although he still had doubts in his heart, he didn't show it. Because true confidence had to be demonstrated through actual results. People who were worried about you wouldn't be at ease just by saying it. Gu Nianji had a good night's rest. The next morning, she woke up and ate breakfast, washed up, and picked out her clothes. Then, she left on time at 8 o'clock. She had to arrive at the Imperial Capital Intermediate People's Court at 8:30 to undergo all kinds of security checks. The court session would officially begin at 9 o'clock sharp. Gu Nianji drove He Jichu's car to the underground parking lot of the Imperial Capital Intermediate People's Court. She took her briefcase and opened the door to get out of the car. Not far from where she parked, 2 women in high-end, custom-made professional clothes stood in front of a Bentley and looked at her. Gu Nianji glanced at them and suddenly realized that they were both people she knew. One of them was Wen Shuyi, who was wearing a navy blue professional dress. The other one was actually Jean Wani. Of course, it should be Jean Wani. However, he didn't know if her name was also Jean Wani. After experiencing Peter and Linda, Gu Nianji had already discovered that the names of the 2 corresponding bodies might not necessarily be exactly the same. She glanced at them and walked towards the elevator in the parking lot. She didn't want to talk to them. However, Wen Shuyi stopped her. "Lawyer Gu, please wait." Gu Nianji closed her eyes and stopped. She turned around and asked with a smile, "What can I do for you, Miss Wen?" I don't dare. Wen Shuyi nodded politely. She pointed at the person beside her and said, "She's Jean Wani. She's also the lawyer for me and my parents in this unexpected disaster. Are you familiar with him, Lawyer Gu?" She was also called Jean Wani. Gu Nianji felt that Wen Shuyi must have done it on purpose. She clearly knew that there was also a Jean Wani in the other world, so she pulled another one out here. Was she trying to mess her up? She simply did as she wished and said with a straight face, "Lawyer Jean, right? I'm not very familiar with her. I don't know her. I'll see you in court later." After saying that, he immediately left without another word. Wen Shuyi looked at Gu Nianji's departing figure and whispered to Jean Wani, "Although this lawyer Gu is young, she's not bad. She's especially good at improvising. You have to be careful when dealing with her." Jean Wani shook her head disapprovingly and said with a smile, "How old is she? How many lawsuits has she fought? Let me tell you, you can have talent in other things, but you don't have talent in court defense. Because courtroom defense skills are honed through trial after trial. Let me tell you, no matter how high your IQ or how rich your knowledge is, if you don't have any experience, you'll be skinned alive by a veteran in court." "Wani. I'm serious." Wen Shuyi had always been gentle and amiable in front of her friends. She rarely got serious or angry. But when she became serious, her friends all knew that something very serious and difficult must have happened. Is she really that good? Jean Wani was flabbergasted. She covered her mouth with her hand, and a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. "Didn't you say she's only 20 years old? At most, she'll graduate early from university, right? She's a genius girl." She graduated from university at the age of 18 and graduated with a master's degree in law at the age of 20. When she was studying for her master's degree, she fought a few lawsuits. Wen Shuyi didn't notice and revealed Gu Nianji's record in the other world. Jean Wani immediately said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Which lawsuits did she fight? I'll go investigate and find out more. I'll know myself and the enemy." Wen Shuyi was stumped. How could she tell which lawsuits it was? Because those lawsuits had never appeared in this world at all. If she really said it, it would be a serious leak. At that time, Gu Nianji wouldn't need to fight the kidnapping case. Just the leak alone would make her unable to see the light of day for the rest of her life. Wen Shuyi suddenly shivered. She hurriedly laughed and said, "I'm just warning you." The lawsuits she fought were all mock courts at school. I've sat in on them. They're pretty good. Really? Ha 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 ha. Shuyi, you're getting more and more humorous. Jean Wani laughed until tears came out of her eyes. I knew it. How can a newly graduated student have so many opportunities to practice in court? If it weren't for the He family's power, her case wouldn't have even gotten to court. By the way, are you afraid of offending the He family? Wen Shuyi quietly changed the topic. She didn't want Jean Wani to remember what she had just said about Gu Nianji. I believe in justice. If I'm afraid of offending the He family, I won't take your case. Jean Wani spoke righteously, but when Wen Shuyi looked away, a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. Who was the He family? How could she be afraid of them? Only Wen Shuyi, the daughter of the He family's gardener, would worship the He family like gods. Gu Nianji arrived at Court A of the Imperial Capital Intermediate Court for security check. The briefcase she brought was taken by the bailiff and searched carefully with an electronic device. The female bailiff on the other side waved her over and scanned her entire body with a metal detector. She even had to take off her shoes to ensure that no dangerous items were brought into the courtroom. In the past, the security check in the courtroom wasn't that strict. However, after several cases of defendants or plaintiffs who were dissatisfied with the court's decision storming the courtroom and using homemade explosives or guns to kill and injure the judge, the security check in the courtroom had been raised to the same level as that at the airport. Gu Nianji quietly went through the security check. She put her phone and other electronic equipment into a transparent plastic bag and locked it in the electronic cabinet by the door of the courtroom. She could only bring a laptop in. Of course, the laptop had also been tested to ensure that there were no unsafe items in it. She walked into the courtroom and thought that she was the only one on her side. As soon as she entered, she saw that not only were Lu Jin and Lu Yuan sitting in the gallery behind the plaintiff's seat, but also the boss of the C-City law firm, Jin Dazhuang, the receptionist, Xiao Zhang, Zhao Liangzi, and Bai Shuang. She stopped in her tracks in surprise. Was this the first trial that a group of people had come to watch her? She was still a little excited when she thought about it. Xiao Zhang, the receptionist, waved at her from her seat and smiled as she made a good luck gesture. Gu Nianji was very touched. She nodded slightly and turned her gaze to Lu Jin, who was sitting next to Lu Yuan. It was a little strange. As a patient with interpersonal disorders, how could Lu Jin be so thoughtful? When Lu Yuan saw her like this, he smiled and pointed at himself. Lawyer Gu, you have to thank me. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Lu Jin quickly nodded and said seriously, this was all arranged by President Lu. I'm here as a representative of the Lu Corporation's board of directors to inspect the law firm we're working with. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. Thank you. Please listen carefully. She walked up to Jin Dazhuang and Xiao Zhang and greeted them with a smile. When did you guys get here? Why didn't you contact me? We just flew here yesterday. President Lu specially asked us to come here to cheer you on. Xiao Zhang stood up and held Gu Nianji's hand. His eyes were red. I heard that you were kidnapped by these people when you were 12. You must not let them go. Yes, that's why I brought them to court. Gu Nianji held her hand and winked at her. It's true that justice has long arms, but nothing escapes. Xiao Zhang was amused by her again. She shook her hand worriedly. Can you do it? I don't remember you ever appearing in court, right? Jin Dazhuang also whispered, I just saw the court arrangements. The lawyer over there is Jin Wani. This woman is quite powerful. She's only 28 years old, but she's already a senior lawyer at the largest law firm in the imperial capital. She's never lost at such a young age. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. Jin Dazhuang and Jin Wani's life experiences seemed to have been reversed with Jin Dazhuang and Jin Wani's. Jin Dazhuang had always been a senior lawyer at a large law firm, while Jin Wani had only been a third-rate lawyer from a small law firm to a large law firm by virtue of nepotism. But here, Jin Dazhuang had been living in a small law firm, handling divorce cases for middle and lower-class citizens, while Jin Wani had become a senior lawyer at the largest law firm in the imperial capital. Gu Nianji had no time to think about the philosophical mystery behind this. She smiled and said, never lost at such a young age. Yes, there's a first time for everything. Let's start with lawyer Jin Wani's first defeat. Xiao Zhang, the receptionist, was so amused by Gu Nianji's words that she almost burst into tears. Jin Wani and Wen Shui, who had just entered, heard her words. Jin Wani's expression changed abruptly, and she was immediately angered by Gu Nianji. If I don't lose this time, will lawyer Gu retire from the legal profession and let your first court appearance be the last one? Jin Wani placed her briefcase on the dock and turned to look at Gu Nianji. She asked coldly. This is today's first update, chapter 1587, there's a first time for everything. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. 8:00 p.m., second update. P.S. It's already the end of the month. Hurry up and cast your monthly votes. If you don't, it'll be invalid moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1599. Gu Nianji turned around to look at Jean Wani and smiled openly. She didn't feel embarrassed at all when she was caught talking behind someone's back. She walked briskly back to her plaintive seat and quickly opened her laptop. She smiled and said, "Lawyer Jean, you disappoint me. I only said one sentence to give you your first taste of defeat, and you want me to retire from the legal profession forever. Did you graduate so long ago that you've forgotten the general principles of civil law?" Jean Wani was slightly taken aback. She thought to herself that Gu Nianji was indeed capable. She was shameless enough. She had always believed that the first quality of a good defense lawyer was to be steady and not be led by the nose by the other party. In other words, one had to be thick-skinned enough. She sat down and opened her laptop with a sullen expression. She said calmly, "What's wrong? You're going back on your word now that you've been exposed for speaking ill of someone behind their back." Gu Nianji snorted. "Lawyer Jean, I'm afraid you misunderstand the word 'speak ill.'" "How did I misunderstand?" Jean Wani was very confused. She was famous for her high comprehension ability in law school. How could she not know what "speak ill" meant? "See, you don't even know yourself, so I'll reluctantly explain it to you." Gu Nianji turned around with a smile and faced Jean Wani's direction. She said politely, "Speak ill. The dictionary defines it as unwarranted accusations against people or things, or words that are inconsistent with the facts and cause damage. When I said I would give you your first taste of defeat, it was just a hypothetical statement expressing good intentions. It can't be said to be unwarranted accusations, nor can it be said to be inconsistent with the facts and cause damage, so how can it be called speak ill?" Jean Wani smiled and shook her head. "I'll only ask you one thing. Have I ever failed in a trial?" She then stared at Gu Nianji with an imposing manner. She had graduated 7 years ago and appeared in court for 5 years. She had fought 72 cases of all sizes and had indeed never lost a single case. Of course, settling out of court was also considered a win for her. Gu Nianji didn't know these details, but she wouldn't care if she did. She looked away and chuckled. As expected, Lawyer Jin's comprehension ability is problematic. What you said about never losing was in the past tense. When I said I would give you your first taste of defeat, it was in the present tense and future tense. Don't you think it's illogical?" The group of relatives and friends behind Gu Nianji burst into laughter. Zhao Liang's laughter was the loudest. His clear baritone voice echoed in the empty courtroom. He could stir up the atmosphere all by himself. All he needed was a whistle. Lu Yuan turned around to look at him. Only then did he try his best to hold back his smile and calm down. Jean Wani narrowed her eyes and immediately changed the topic. "You're really good at twisting words and forcing logic, but even so, what does it have to do with the general principles of civil law? Saying that I have forgotten the general principles of civil law, does this count as slandering my professional ability? I can sue you for slander." Do you still remember the general principles of civil law that I mentioned?" Gu Nianji looked up with a smile, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Jean Wani. "If you still remember the general principles of civil law, then you should know that rights and obligations are equal in civil law. If you make me lose a case, I'll retire from the legal profession forever. In civil law, rights and obligations were absolutely unequal. I can completely ignore it." Jean Wani was stunned. She didn't expect the general principles of civil law to be used in this way. Gu Nianji saw that she was slightly stunned, so she immediately followed up with another attack. "It's fine if ordinary people say such impulsive jokes, but Lawyer Jean, as a famous senior lawyer from the largest law firm in the capital, also said such words that disregard the law. I have a reason to question your professional ability. What right do you have to say that I'm slandering you?" Jean Wani, Wen Shui, who was beside her, tugged at her lapel and pouted at the judge's seat. Just then, the judge entered. Jean Wani took the opportunity to shut up and find a way out. Before the court session, Jean Wani had almost completely lost the battle of words with Gu Nianji. She was a little impatient and forced herself to look at the analysis of the case on the computer to familiarize herself with the key facts on the chain of evidence. Later in court, she would beat her to a pulp to appease the hatred in her heart. Lu Jin, who was sitting in the gallery behind the plaintiff's stand, wished he could cheer for Gu Nianji like crazy. His excitement was evident in his words. He almost jumped up from his seat to offer Gu Nianji his knee. Although Lu Yuan didn't speak to Lu Jin, he completely understood his feelings. In fact, Lu Yuan was also very surprised. He knew that Gu Nianji was smart, and could even be called a genius. She was also beautiful, cute, and pitiful. However, he didn't know that she could be so sharp in court. It was her first time appearing in court in a strange place, but she didn't have stage fright at all. He turned to look at Lu Jin and nodded at him approvingly. Lu Jin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he mouthed, "Isn't my daughter amazing?" My daughter. I gave birth to her." Lu Yuan, as expected, if you gave her some color, she would open a dye shop. If you gave her some sunlight, she would shine. If you gave her a broken basket, she would lie down and lay eggs. He glared at Lu Jin, warning him not to let anyone see through him. Then, he quietly looked away and quickly scanned the courtroom. Fortunately, not many people noticed them. That was because everyone had been attracted by the battle of words between Gu Nianji and Jean Wani. One was a fledgling lawyer, who was also the plaintiff and the victim. The other was a young lawyer from the largest law firm in the capital who had never lost, and they were both beautiful women. It was supposed to be a one-sided situation, but now there was the possibility of a young lawyer making a comeback. How could people not be excited? After all, everyone loved to watch a reversal and face-slapping drama. Lu Jin had no one to share his joy with, so he could only maintain his poker face. He reached out and moved the miniature plastic pinhole camera embedded in his collar button, recording Gu Nianji's every word and action. This thing was made of high-grade plastic, and the metal detector of the court security check couldn't detect it at all. The judge was a slightly plump middle-aged woman in her 40s. She looked very upright and serious, and her eyes were very sharp when she looked at people. She sat down in the presiding judge's seat, and the two judges sat down on her left and right. This case involved a minor. Although the minor had already grown up, according to the principle of retrial of a cold case, it was still tried as a minor case. The victim's privacy was protected, and it was not disclosed to the media. All the people present had signed a special confidentiality agreement and declared that they were friends or colleagues of the plaintiff. After the judge sat down, she first asked if the plaintiff and the defendant were present. As the plaintiff, Gu Nianji chose to defend herself, so she was also her own lawyer. The defendant's lawyer, Jean Wani, stood up and said, "The defendants, Wen Dayou and Liang Meili, have been taken into custody by the police station and are already waiting outside the door. The third defendant, Wen Shui, is sitting in the dock." The judge checked the documents and compared them with herself, then nodded. "Let the defendants, Wen Dayou and Liang Meili, in." Wen Shui quickly stood up and watched as her father and mother were brought in by two bailiffs. It had only been 2 or 3 days since they last saw each other, but she felt that their spirits had collapsed. When Wen Dayou and Liang Meili saw Wen Shui, the emotions that they had been holding back for several days suddenly exploded. They hugged her and cried. "Gu Nianji." Jean Wani immediately looked at Gu Nianji reproachfully and said, "Lawyer Gu, for your own benefit, you sued these poor, honest people. You didn't even let their innocent daughter off. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" The family hugged each other and cried as if they were the victims and Gu Nianji was the perpetrator. Gu Nianji looked at this scene in disgust. She scoffed and said aloofly, "The most important thing for a family is to be in order. Since we've committed the law together, of course we'll be punished by the law together. The judge at the head of the table coughed lightly and said, "Defendants, please control your emotions and don't disturb the order of the court." Wen Shuyi immediately stopped crying and helped her parents sit down in the dock. She comforted them in a low voice, "It's okay. Lawyer Jean is very powerful. He won't let anything happen to us. Shuyi, why can't you be our lawyer? Why are you being sued?" Liang Meili didn't understand this. "That matter has nothing to do with you." Wen Shuyi gave them a look and said, "Mom, don't say any more. The lawyer will say it." When Dayo reprimanded Liang Meili in a low voice, "Listen to your daughter. Shut up." Liang Meili looked anxiously at Gu Nianji, who was sitting in the plaintiff's seat, then lowered her head. When the judge saw that they had all quietened down, he knocked the gavel and said, "The first trial of case number 7856 begins. Defendant Wen Dayo, Liang Meili, Plaintiff Gu Nianji accuses you of violently kidnapping the 12-year-old plaintiff 8 years ago and taking her away from the He family's mansion, causing serious physical and mental trauma to her. Defendant Wen Shuyi, Plaintiff Gu Nianji accuses you of giving false testimony 8 years ago and conspiring with your parents to violently kidnap the 12-year-old plaintiff. Do you plead guilty?" The defendant's lawyer, Jean Wani, immediately said loudly, "Reporting to Your Honor, my 3 clients all plead not guilty. I want to plead not guilty for my 3 clients." This is today's second update, Chapter 1588. The most important thing for a family is to be in order. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. It's already the end of the month. Hurry up and vote for your monthly votes. If you don't vote, it'll be invalid. Good night, little angels. Chapter 1600. Excuse me. The evidence was irrefutable, and she still dared to plead not guilty. She really dared to say it. If it wasn't for the fact that this was her first time appearing in court and she needed to pay attention to her image and etiquette, Gu Nianji really wanted to roll her eyes in public. The judge and jurors in the courtroom also heard Jean Wani's defense. They frowned as they looked at the file in their hands. They knocked the gavel and said, "Defense lawyer, are you sure you want to plead not guilty?" "Yes, Your Honor," Jean Wani replied calmly without even looking at Gu Nianji. The judge then asked, "Then you want to deny all the plaintiff's charges?" "Yes, Your Honor." Jean Wani nodded again and said in detail, "Your Honor, my client did not violently kidnap the plaintiff 8 years ago, so I plead not guilty for them." The judge put down the file in his hand and asked in a deep voice, "Then you're saying that the He family reported a false case back then? Or that the plaintiff is falsely accusing your client?" Jean Wani was stunned. Blinking her almond-shaped eyes, Jean Wani carefully organized her words, "Your Honor, I plead not guilty for my client, but that doesn't mean that the He family reported a false case 8 years ago." "But you said you wanted to plead not guilty." The judge was also puzzled, and his frown deepened. "Defense lawyer, do you understand what you're saying?" "Your Honor, you're very incisive. This is exactly where I want to uphold justice for my client." Jean Wani nodded slightly and bowed in the direction of the courtroom. Her demeanor was elegant and thorough. 8 years ago, the He family did not report a false case. The plaintiff did leave the He family without the He family knowing, so the He family thought she had disappeared. However, her departure was not caused by my client's violent kidnapping. Jean Wani emphasized the word violent. The legal consequences of using violence against a minor and causing physical and mental harm were very serious. Defense lawyer, please state your point of view. The judge made the final decision and sat up straight. He began today's trial with great interest. Jean Wani walked out from behind the defendant's stand and said to the people in the courtroom, "This case is actually very simple. I don't understand why the unscathed plaintiff would re-sue my client and even say that they used violent means." Objection. Gu Nianji raised her hand calmly. The defense lawyer used false assumptions to describe the plaintiff's situation and is suspected of misleading. Objection sustained. The judge looked at Jean Wani unhappily. Defendant's lawyer, please speak with the facts. Don't make any value judgments without any basis in fact. Yes, Your Honor. Jean Wani looked like she was ready to accept the good advice. In fact, this was all a lawyer's routine. If she didn't emphasize her value judgment in court, how could she leave a deep impression on everyone? Jean Wani returned to the back of the dock and pulled up the chain of evidence for the case from her laptop. She connected the laptop to the big screen in the courtroom and put the evidence directly on the big screen. Everyone, please take a look. The reason why I want to defend my clients is because they are truly innocent in this case. Not only are they innocent, but they are also good citizens who are willing to help others. We can't let good people be bitterly disappointed, and we can't let false accusations become the norm. This will have a great impact on society. Jean Wani glanced in Gu Nianji's direction and spoke righteously. It was as if Gu Nianji was the culprit who was making false accusations and had a negative impact on society. Gu Nianji looked at her expressionlessly. She had a look that said, I'll quietly watch you act like a B***tch. Jean Wani sneered in her heart. She thought to herself, I'll see how long you can stay calm. She pointed at the first piece of evidence that appeared on the big screen with a laser pointer and said passionately, everyone, look. This is the most important piece of evidence in this case, and it's also the key to clearing my client's name. On the big screen in the courtroom was the note with Gu Xiangwen's signature. You don't have to look anymore. I've taken my daughter away. The handwriting was bold and elegant. It was obvious that it was a good handwriting. Lu Jin lowered his head silently and looked away from the big screen guiltily. Lu Yuan snorted and glanced at him sideways. This was all the stupid thing he had done back then. Everyone. Jean Wani's voice trembled slightly, and her eyelashes fluttered. It was obvious that she was in a state of extreme excitement. She turned to stare at Gu Nianji like a cat staring at a mouse. Lawyer Gu, you're familiar with the name Gu Xiangwen, right? Can you tell everyone who Gu Xiangwen is? Who is he to you? Gu Nianji shifted her gaze to Jean Wani's face and looked at her expressionlessly for a while. It wasn't until Jean Wani was scared that the corners of her lips slowly curled up. She smiled faintly and said, Lawyer Jean, why don't you tell me who Gu Xiangwen is? Who is he to me? Wouldn't that be better? Jean Wani was stunned. You refuse to answer my question. Does this question have anything to do with the case? Gu Nianji said slowly. I refuse to answer questions that have nothing to do with the case. Seeing Gu Nianji's excuses, Jean Wani smiled sincerely and breathed a sigh of relief. That was all. When it came to the court debate, no matter how eloquent Gu Nianji was, she couldn't take it seriously. She actually refused to answer her question. A trace of contempt flashed across Jean Wani's eyes. She turned her eyes indifferently and looked at the note displayed on the big screen. She answered her own question, everyone, the name Gu Xiangwen is very familiar in our country. He was once the most famous scientist in our country and a two-time Nobel Prize winner. Also, he won the Nobel Prize in different fields. This is the first time in the history of science in the world. But Jean Wani changed the topic and her tone became sharp. He was also a wanted criminal in a murder case. He went from being a high and mighty scientist who looked down on all living things to being on the run like a rat in a sewer with a murder case on his back. Objection. Gu Nianji couldn't control herself. She stood up from the plaintiff's stand and said loudly, I object to the defendant's lawyer using insulting words to describe someone who has nothing to do with the case. Before the judge on the bench could determine if her objection was valid, Jean Wani had already said, Lawyer Gu, you've been evading the issue time and time again, refusing to talk about this Gu Xiangwen. Is it because he's your father? Your so-called violent kidnapping 8 years ago was actually your biological father taking you away. She walked out from the defendant's stand and pressed in Gu Nianji's direction. Lawyer Gu, admit it. You're making a false accusation. It was clearly your father who missed his daughter, but he had a wanted order on him and didn't dare appear in front of the He family, so he asked my client to help take you away to see him. How is this a violent kidnapping? They did it for the sake of helping you reunite with your flesh and blood. Jean Wani's face turned red, and there seemed to be a fire burning in the center of her eyes. She looked at Gu Nianji with bright eyes. Do you want to continue listening? She turned around and played her chain of evidence with the remote control. This note was written by Gu Xiangwen himself. It has been authenticated by a famous criminal investigation handwriting expert in our country. It has full legal validity. As she spoke, she walked back to her stand and handed over the original copy of the note. This is the original handwriting I got from the police department's cold case file. Because the cold case had reiterated that the evidence had to be submitted to the court. The judge and the judges on both sides surrounded the note and examined it carefully. Jean Wani picked up the laser pointer and pointed at the chain of evidence on the big screen. She continued, 8 years ago, the He family held a birthday party for the plaintiff, Gu Nianji. Gu Xiangwen used this opportunity to tell my client how much he missed his daughter. He begged them to bring her out to meet him. My client is kind-hearted and a good person. He has been in the He family for so many years, but he has never argued with anyone or made enemies with anyone. Gu Xiangwen is also a soft persimmon. He knows that it's useless to look for others. It's only useful to look for them. He cried many times, and my client finally relented. He agreed to bring her out to meet him, but he had to send her back as soon as possible after the meeting. So on the day of her birthday, after they explained the situation to the plaintiff, Gu Nianji, the 12-year-old plaintiff agreed on the spot and took the initiative to leave with their help. Jean Wani finished speaking confidently and looked at Gu Nianji triumphantly. How is it? Lawyer Gu, you clearly agreed to leave to meet your father. How did it become a violent kidnapping? You still don't admit that you're falsely accusing my client. Oh, by the way, I heard that you lost your memory. You completely lost your memory before you were 12 years old, so you can't remember how you left the He family. Gu Nianji looked at Jean Wani quietly. She thought to herself that if she hadn't reunited with her father and knew the tortuous experience behind it, she really would have believed her. Look at how well this story was made up. There was a cause and an effect, an action and logic, and there was physical evidence to support it. It was a completely different world. She raised her eyelids slightly and saw that most of the people in the courtroom seemed to have heard it. The judge on the left side of the courtroom was still nodding. Gu Nianji lowered her eyes to hide the mockery in them. This was the first update of the day, chapter 1589, Believing Her. Today was the last day of March. Hurry up and cast your monthly votes. There were 3 updates today. At 1:00 in the afternoon, the monthly votes were 5,500 plus updates. At 8:00 in the evening, the 3rd update. P.S. If the monthly votes exceed 6,000 today, we'll continue with the 3rd update tomorrow. Big shots, little angels. Chapter 1601. It's not your fault. Your father, Gu Xiangwen, is a lunatic. He can do anything, Jean Wani said contemptuously again. Her gaze and words completely infuriated Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji opened her eyes abruptly and looked over without any emotion. Her gaze was cold, like an icicle with thorns that could pierce people invisibly. However, no matter how angry she was, she would not be disrupted. It was as if the heavens had given her a meal. The more angry Gu Nianji was in court, the more calm she was. Because she knew that if she wanted to really attack the other party, she had to refute the other party in court. There was no use in trying to win with words. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and tried her best not to turn around and look at Lu Jin, who was sitting in the gallery. She didn't know how Lu Jin would feel if he heard someone say that about him with his own ears. Jin Wani's fingers tapped on the mouse on her laptop, and her emotions reached a climax. At that time, the plaintiff was also worried that the He family wouldn't let her go, so after discussing it with my client, Gu Nianji quickly escaped while the lights were out. My client only made way for her so that she could leave through the back door. After the plaintiff left the He family, she immediately met with Gu Xiangwen, who was waiting outside. Gu Xiangwen is very good at hypnosis. He led the plaintiff and hypnotized the soldiers standing guard along the way. Just like that, he took Gu Nianji away from the He family's mansion. When they got into the car on the street, not only did my client, Ms. Wen Shui, see it with her own eyes, but two passers-by also saw it. As Jin Wani spoke, she played the video of the testimony provided by the two passers-by. These two passers-by looked like ordinary passers-by. A man in his 30s and an old woman in her 60s happened to be passing by the roadside. They saw a tall and thin man holding a chubby little girl's hand and getting into a car parked by the roadside. We're all very familiar with that tall and thin man. He's the great scientist who used to be on TV. Later on, I think he was charged with murder and became a wanted man, right? The little girl was 11 or 12 years old, right? She was fair and chubby, had black hair, and was wearing a princess dress. She was very cute. Then, they identified the photos in the video and found the photos of Gu Xiangwen and the 12-year-old Gu Nianji. Jin Wani's eyes flashed with pride. She glanced sideways at Gu Nianji and continued, "There's one last piece of direct evidence. Countless people witnessed it." She played a news video from that year. Amidst the flames, a tall and thin man was laughing maniacally. Behind him, a burning car could be vaguely seen. Inside the car, there was a little girl screaming in horror as she stuck to the edge of the window. When the camera zoomed in, the little girl's face was revealed. It was the 12-year-old Gu Nianji. This last piece of evidence happened a month after the 12-year-old Gu Nianji disappeared from the He family's birthday party. This proved that the person who had taken the minor Gu Nianji from the He family was her biological father. It has nothing to do with my clients, Wen Dao and Liang Meili. It also proves that my client, Ms. Wen Shui, did not give false testimony. In conclusion, I believe that my three clients are not guilty in this case. I hope the court will consider this case carefully and give my clients justice. Jin Wani ended her defense statement in a sonorous and forceful manner and looked at Gu Nianji provocatively. In the courtroom, the judge and the two judges seemed to have been persuaded by Jin Wani. They discussed it with their heads together for a while and looked at Gu Nianji. Their tone was already a little unfriendly. "Plaintiff, Lawyer Gu, what else do you have to say?" The atmosphere in the courtroom became tense. The receptionist, Xiao Zhang, couldn't help biting her fingernails. She was extremely worried about Gu Nianji. She was a very clear person. She would help her relatives and not reason. Gu Nianji was her friend, and the other party was nothing to her. Of course, she would only worry about Gu Nianji. From the looks of it, Gu Nianji's situation was really unfavorable. Jin Dazhuang, who was sitting next to her, was a little calmer. Although from his professional perspective, Gu Nianji's chances of winning this lawsuit were indeed very low, it wasn't completely hopeless. It all depended on how far she wanted to go. Bai Shuang was also worried to death. She covered her ears with her hands and didn't dare to listen anymore. Zhao Liangzi glanced at her and chuckled. "You can't take it anymore." Lu Yuan didn't say a word. He knew that this was the moment to test Gu Nianji. His gaze only swept between Wen Dao and Liang Meili. Lu Jin closed his eyes and crossed his arms. He was like an old monk in meditation. No one could tell what he was thinking. Wen Shiyi's gaze quietly swept over Gu Nianji's group of relatives and friends. Seeing their nervous expressions, she couldn't help feeling a little smug. This was because Jin Wani's defense today was all written by her. Jin Wani had only recited it on the spot. The facts proved that Gu Nianji was no match for her at all. She shook her parents' hands and signaled with her eyes to reassure them. When Dayo and Liang Meili heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and smiled. They slowly sat up straight. Gu Nianji's face darkened and she didn't say anything for a moment. She knew that everyone's eyes were on her. Narrowing her eyes, Gu Nianji thought to herself that if her father, Gu Xiangwen, was really dead, then the other party's string of testimony and chain of evidence would be almost flawless. However, just like what she had said to Xiao Zhang before she appeared in court, the justice of heaven had long arms. Although the heavenly clothes were flawless, there were no heavenly clothes in this world. Therefore, a flawless testimony did not exist at all. Gu Nianji slowly stood up and nodded slightly to the judge and the two judges in the courtroom. Your Honor, please allow me to cross-examine the defendant. Lawyer Gu, are you still not giving up? My client can remain silent. If you have anything to say, you can ask me, Jin Wani said with a smile. She turned off her laptop and was about to leave. Really? Gu Nianji glanced at her nonchalantly. Is it because your words can fully represent your client's words? If so, then I'll cross-examine you. Jin Wani froze for a moment. She was the defendant's lawyer, but she couldn't guarantee that her words could fully represent the other party. The corners of Wen Shiyi's mouth twitched. She crossed her arms and looked over calmly. Gu Nianji really refused to give up. She wanted to see how she could make a comeback from a series of ironclad evidence. According to the law, the defendant could remain silent. It was fine not to say a word from beginning to end. She was worried about her parents, so she had come up with a strategy early in the morning to keep them silent during the trial. Gu Nianji waited for a while. When she saw that the defendant's lawyer and the suspect were silent, she smiled and said, "Why are you so afraid of my cross-examination? Is it because you have a guilty conscience? Or are you afraid that you'll make more mistakes if you say more?" Jin Wani rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, "Objection. The plaintiff's lawyer is slandering my client with speculative words." Sustained. The judge looked at Gu Nianji with a straight face. Please get to the point as soon as possible. Gu Nianji spread out her hands and glanced at Wen Dayo and Liang Meili. She smiled and said, "Actually, you don't have to be afraid of my cross-examination. If you tell too many lies, they will become the truth. If you don't speak, the lies won't have a chance to become the truth. How about it? Why don't you accept my questioning?" Her eyes were very big, and her pupils were extremely black. The whites of her eyes were so white that they were blue. When she looked at people, her eyes were clear and bright, like a mountain spring that could be seen to the end at a glance. In front of such a pair of black and white eyes, not many people could continue to lie. Wen Dayo and Liang Meili didn't dare to look at her again and lowered their heads. Gu Nianji admired their embarrassment for a while before clapping her hands and saying, "Okay, I won't make things difficult for you. Actually, I don't have to interrogate you. According to Article 53 of the Criminal Law, the sentencing of all cases must focus on evidence, investigation and research, and not on believing confessions easily. If there is only the defendant's confession and no other evidence, the defendant cannot be found guilty and sentenced. Without the defendant's confession and the evidence is conclusive and sufficient, the defendant can also be found guilty and sentenced." Gu Nianji walked forward as she spoke. Finally, she stood in front of the dock and leaned forward slightly. She smiled and knocked on the table in the dock. "So, you can remain silent, but it won't stop the court from convicting you. In other words, whether or not you can be convicted has nothing to do with whether or not you will answer my questions." When Dayo and Liang Meili looked up abruptly in shock. Is this true? We can be sentenced even if we don't speak. Liang Meili was the first to lose her composure and tugged at Wen Shui's wrist. When Dayo wiped his face with his rough palm and asked hesitantly. How could this be? Didn't they say what? Gu Nianji quickly and politely continued the conversation. Mr. Wen, what did they promise you? If you have any questions, you can ask me. This is today's second monthly vote for 5,500 plus updates, Chapter 1590, You Can Remain Silent. Today is the last day of March. Hurry up and vote for the monthly vote. There are 3 updates today. At 8:00 in the evening, the third update. P.S. If the monthly votes exceed 6,000 today, we'll continue with the third update tomorrow. P.S. Jin Dazhuang and Jin Wani are 2 people. Jin Dazhuang is a man, and Jin Wani is a woman. There is a Jin Dazhuang and Jin Wani on each side. Don't get confused, dear. Also, the counterparts here can't coexist in the same time and space. But in different time and space, they can survive on their own. Moi, little angels. Chapter 1602. Lawyer Gu, please don't induce my client to confess. Jin Wani quickly stopped Gu Nianji from talking to Wen Dayo. She was also worried that Wen Dayo didn't know the law and would accidentally expose their strategy. Gu Nianji patted their dog and smiled. All right, you won't even allow me to ask questions, and you still have the cheek to say that I induced a confession. Lawyer Jin, did you win all your previous lawsuits like this? Jin Wani blushed and braced herself. I told you, you can ask me. All right, looks like I can only ask you. Gu Nianji turned to look at the judge in the courtroom. Your Honor, may I begin my questioning? The judge raised his hand. Please don't waste time and get to the point as soon as possible. Gu Nianji nodded and pointed at Jin Wani's laptop. You don't need to use the big screen in the courtroom anymore, do you? Jin Wani froze and shook her head. No need, I've already used it. All right, then I'll use it. Gu Nianji easily walked back to the plaintiff's stand and connected her laptop to the big screen in the courtroom. Jin Wani. This was Gu Nianji's question. Was this a lawsuit or a child's house party? Gu Nianji connected the big screen, but she didn't immediately open her evidence. She just kept the blue screen and walked back to the defendant's stand. She nodded at Jin Wani. Lawyer Jin, the first question I want to ask is, you just said that Gu Xiangwen cried to your client many times and wanted them to bring me out to meet him. May I ask if they have any concrete evidence to prove that my father, Gu Xiangwen, really cried to them? Jin Wani pursed her lips in disdain. I already said that he cried to them in private. What evidence do you want? That means no one else saw it other than the couple, right? Of course, Gu Xiangwen is a wanted criminal with a murder case on his back. It's impossible for him to pay a visit so openly and let everyone see that he went to look for my client secretly. Jin Wani refuted without hesitation. Then are there any other videos or notes that can prove that Gu Xiangwen did ask them to do this? Gu Nianji tried her best to find out if the other party had any evidence in this regard. Unexpectedly, Jin Wani still shook her head. Of course not. My client is an honest man. Why would he beat around the bush? Gu Nianji nodded and smiled. She then put away her smile and said coldly, that means that the so-called crying complaints are just their one-sided story. Everyone knows that my father, Gu Xiangwen, died in a fire 8 years ago, so this is your plan. Dead men tell no tales. Before Jin Wani could smile, Gu Nianji's words froze her in place. What do you mean by dead men tell no tales? This is what it means by dead men tell no tales. Gu Nianji's voice was as cold as a frozen mountain spring. But my client swears they're telling the truth. They were honest people, their whole lives. Jean Wani chattered non-stop about how honest Wendayo and Liang Meili were. She even gave testimonies about their neighbors and colleagues. Gu Nianji looked at the testimony presented by Jean Wani and smiled mockingly. They can prove Wendayo and Liang Meili's character, but can they prove that Gu Xiangwen once looked for Wendayo and Liang Meili? Jean Wani was silent. Taking 10,000 steps back, if what they said is true, then when and where did Gu Xiangwen cry to them? How many times did he cry? Even if they can't find a witness to prove it, they can at least remember this, right? I remember. Jean Wani was delighted and secretly praised Wen Shui for doing her homework. She had considered all of this. She took out a document that Wendayo and Liang Meili had signed and said, I visited them yesterday and recorded it on the spot. Gu Nianji took the document and only glanced through it casually. She said calmly, so 8 years ago, Gu Xiangwen looked for you 7 times. 4 times were in the workers' room of the He family's mansion, and the other 3 times were when he was out shopping for groceries. By the way, if it was when he was out shopping for groceries, why did you say that no one could prove it? There were enough people in the market, right? How could no one see a grown man crying at your side? Weibo's news, or the embarrassing moments encyclopedia didn't record it. Gu Nianji pursed her lips in amusement and continued, do you dare to show this to the He family? For example, let General He or young Master He know that the person they had wanted for several years had actually entered the workers' room of the He family's mansion not just once, but 4 times. Also, the He family's security is really useless. Anyone can come and go as they please. Gu Nianji shook her head. If that's the case, I think General He and young Master He's personal safety is a problem. I don't know how they survived all these years. Wendayo's heart tightened and he quickly winked at Wen Shui. Wen Shui was deep in thought, thinking about how to fill in the gaps. Suddenly remembering that Gu Xiangwen was very good at hypnosis, she immediately said, actually, that's not surprising. The He family's security is indeed top-notch, but that's only for ordinary people, not for Gu Xiangwen. Gu Xiangwen is a master of hypnosis. Those security guards are useless to him. He can come and go as he pleases wherever he wants to go. Gu Nianji laughed. Lawyer 1, when you have time, study more, read more scientific literature, and read less unreliable legendary novels. Hypnosis is magical, but this kind of deep hypnosis can only work on one person at a time. It's impossible for it to work on a group of people at the same time. The He family's mansion is surrounded by armed military police. Do you think Gu Xiangwen can hypnotize them all at the same time and sneak into the He family's mansion? Besides, if he's really that powerful, why would he cry to your parents for help? Your parents are just gardeners. Why would he need to hire 2 servants to do such a dangerous thing? If he really can hypnotize all the military police at the same time, he might as well go straight to the room to find me and take me away. Why would he have to cry to your parents and go through so much trouble to wait for the birthday party to create all kinds of evidence for you to catch him red-handed? Gu Nianji clicked her tongue and concluded, in short, in order to push the blame to Gu Xiangwen, you guys don't even care about common sense. You even made a fool of yourself with something so obviously illogical. Can I add perjury to your parents? The corners of Wen Shui's eyes twitched when she heard this. For a moment, she couldn't figure out where Gu Nianji had gotten the perfect evidence. Jean Wani looked at her again and again, but Wen Shui didn't give her any hints. She could only bite the bullet and say, no matter what, you were indeed in Gu Xiangwen's hands in the end. Gu Nianji snorted. That's a separate matter. At least now it proves that Gu Xiangwen's crying to Wendayo and Liang Meili for help didn't exist at all. They made it up. She turned to look at the judge. Your Honor, I ask the court to agree that the other party's testimony is invalid. Because they don't have any concrete evidence, and they can't justify themselves. They can't even produce a picture. It's too obvious that they've made it up. The judge considered it for a moment and agreed that it was too dramatic for them to say that Gu Xiangwen had cried to them many times. It sounded strange, so he asked Jean Wani amiably, defense lawyer, shouldn't you ask the client if there's any evidence of Gu Xiangwen crying to them? Any evidence will do. If it was just based on what they said, this piece of evidence would probably be invalidated. Jean Wani subconsciously glanced at Wen Shui. Wen Shui's face was livid. She hadn't expected that even if Gu Xiangwen was dead, Gu Nianji would still be able to find so many loopholes in a piece of evidence that had no evidence. She sat and didn't say anything. She only glanced at Jean Wani indifferently. Jean Wani understood and said aggrievedly, Your Honor, since the court doesn't want to accept this piece of evidence, there's nothing we can do. But my client can swear, that's enough. If swearing works, why do you need a judge's trial? Gu Nianji looked up at the big blue screen disdainfully and sneered, You make it sound like you don't know that people can lie. A person like you has never lost. I'm suddenly full of confidence in my future in the legal world. She pressed the power button on her laptop, and the computer started up. Her screensaver appeared on the big screen. It was a white swan flying freely, a strategic nuclear bomber. The judge announced, Gu Xiangwen's testimony of crying to Wen Dao and Liang Meili for help is invalid. Defense lawyer, please organize your words carefully. Gu Nianji quickly said, Thank you, Your Honor. Gu Nianji opened her folder and continued, Now let's take a look at the testimony of these two passers-by, as well as Ms. Wen Shui's testimony. The two passers-by said that they saw a tall, thin man holding a chubby, white girl of 11 or 12 years old at the corner of the street. Although they didn't see the front, they recognized the photo of Gu Xiangwen and me when I was 12 years old from the figure and side profile. And Miss Wen Shui directly told young master he at that time that you had just come back from school and saw someone taking a little girl around the corner in front of the door and leaving in a car. Gu Nianji looked inside and outside the courtroom and her gaze stopped on Wen Shui's face. Those two witnesses didn't come today, but Miss Wen is also one of the defendants. I want to ask you, as the defendant, will you accept my questioning? This was today's third update, Chapter 1591, full of confidence in my future. Today was the last day of March. Hurry up and vote for the monthly votes. P.S. If the monthly votes exceed 6,000 today, we'll continue with the third update tomorrow. Thank you to Ding Yujin for the 10,000 views you gave me the day before yesterday. I only saw it today. Mwah. Good night, my little angels. Chapter 1603. Logically speaking, Wen Shui was also one of the defendants, so she had the right to remain silent and not say a word. But in reality, defendants who didn't say a word in court either had ulterior motives and were afraid of saying the wrong thing, or they didn't know how to speak. Even good words would be ruined by them, such as Lu Jin, who had interpersonal disorder. And such people gave the judge and the jury a bad first impression. The court debate was to give both parties a chance to talk face to face. If you completely gave up this opportunity, don't complain that there was something wrong with others trying to figure out your motives. Gu Nianji looked at Wen Shui with a smile and said, I'm fine even if you don't speak. I can reason it out myself. A trace of impatience flashed in Wen Shui's eyes. She wondered what kind of nonsense Gu Nianji would come up with if she let someone like her, who often acted crazy in court, make her own deductions. She raised her head and said calmly, Lawyer Gu, you don't have to goad me. What can't I say? Don't hesitate to ask. Gu Nianji smiled and tilted her head to look at Wen Dao and Liang Meili, who were sitting on either side of Wen Shui. She let out a long oh. You mean the other two defendants have something they can't say, so they can't answer my questions? Lawyer Gu, please don't let your imagination run wild. Jean Wani's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly tried to smooth things over. You're interrogating Ms. Wen Shui, not her parents. Gu Nianji stopped teasing Wen Shui. She stopped smiling and recounted the testimony of the two passers-by, as well as what Wen Shui had said to He Jichu 8 years ago. She held up the testimony she had signed and asked, You said it yourself, didn't you? Wen Shui nodded calmly. It's indeed what I said. Not a single word is wrong. Gu Nianji suddenly smiled meaningfully. Miss Wen, you can remember everything I said 8 years ago without missing a single word. Your memory is amazing. Wen Shui looked up at Gu Nianji calmly. Lawyer Gu has probably forgotten what happened that night, but to me, it's unforgettable. That's why I remember every detail of what happened that night. Really? Gu Nianji propped both hands on the defendant's table and looked down at Wen Shui, who had a round, fair complexion. She asked calmly, Then can you please describe in detail what happened that night? Wen Shui shook her head. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. But you said you remembered every detail. How could you forget what you just said so quickly? Gu Nianji curled one side of her lips into a half-smile. Wen Shui stared at her lips that were exactly the same as Qin Yaoguang's for a while and said, I only said that I would disappoint you. I didn't say that I didn't remember the details of that night. There is no logical relationship between the two. What she meant was that the details she remembered wouldn't help Gu Nianji's case. Gu Nianji was slightly taken aback, but quickly admitted her mistake. Fine, I was prejudiced. Miss Wen was indeed a great lawyer. Her words and actions were watertight. But I still want to hear your description of that night. Wen Shui lowered her eyes. Her long black eyelashes were like two small fans covering her thin eyeliner. Actually, I didn't see much that night, she said lightly. When I came back from school, I saw a very ordinary Audi at the corner of the He family's mansion. Then, I saw a tall, thin man holding the little girl's hand and getting into the car. That was it. When I returned to the He family's house, I found that it was a mess. The military and police were standing in the hallway. Everyone was only allowed to enter and not leave. I didn't know what had happened. I asked a servant that my parents were familiar with and found out that you were the one who lost it. Wen Shui looked up at Gu Nianji. At that time, I remembered the little girl I saw in the man's hand at the corner of the street, so I mentioned it to young Master He. Gu Nianji listened to her carefully and asked carefully, Then who did you find out that the man was? And who was the little girl he was holding? Wen Shui smiled. I'm a law student. I never jump to conclusions about things that I'm not sure about. At that time, I said that I saw a man holding a little girl's hand in the car. 8 years later, I still say the same thing. As for who the man was and who the little girl was, I don't know, and I never said I knew. Wen Shui mimicked Gu Nianji's gesture and spread her hands with a smile. Gu Nianji curled her lips. She thought to herself that Wen Shui was quite cautious. Her words had completely shirked her responsibility. Then what you mean is that you don't know who the man is, and you don't know who the little girl is. You only saw the two of them in the car, and then casually mentioned it when the He family was looking for the little girl in a mess. But in fact, you're not targeting anyone or anything, right? Gu Nianji calmly translated Wen Shui's unspoken words. Aren't you trying to mislead others? How did I mislead them? Is it a crime to tell the truth these days? Wen Shui asked slowly. As I said, this is what I saw with my own eyes. As for how others try to figure out the identities of those two people, that's their business. It has nothing to do with me. In other words, she was just reminding everyone that these two people had just left the main street of the He family's house. As for whether the people listening to her would subconsciously think that those two people were Gu Xiangwen and Gu Nianji, that was their business. It had nothing to do with her. From a legal point of view, she really didn't have any responsibility for doing so. As for misdirection, it was divided into subjective and objective situations. At most, it could only be a moral condemnation. As for legal responsibility, it didn't exist. The misled person was just being stupid. Because she was different from the two passerby witnesses. The two of them later recognized Gu Xiangwen and Gu Nianji's photos, but Wen Shuyi didn't. She didn't even mention Gu Xiangwen and Gu Nianji's names. Wen Shuyi smiled gently, but in her heart, she was thinking that if she could be scared by Gu Nianji's words, then she would have wasted all her years in the legal profession. Gu Nianji looked at Wen Shuyi with a dark gaze. She was also thinking that she was really scheming. 8 years ago was her last year of university, right? She was considered a greenhorn, but she had actually calculated such details. Gu Nianji coughed softly and retracted her thoughts. She nodded. Yes, indeed. If they were misled, it's because those people were stupid and didn't understand what Lawyer Wen meant. I didn't say that. Lawyer Gu, don't blame me for what you're thinking. Wen Shuyi returned the words to Gu Nianji with a fake smile. Gu Nianji didn't mind, and she wasn't angry. Her mind raced and she quickly found another breakthrough point. Miss Wen, what was your relationship with me 8 years ago? Gu Nianji continued to ask with a smile, although I don't remember it very clearly, in my memory, you seem to be quite familiar with me. She was lying to Wen Shuyi. Gu Nianji actually didn't remember anything from 8 years ago. All her impressions of Wen Shuyi came from He Jichu's surveillance videos and the teaching assistant, Wen Shuyi she had met in the other world 4 years ago. Wen Shuyi's smile didn't change, but she was muttering in her heart, could it be that Gu Nianji's memory had actually recovered? Was she just pretending to have amnesia? After all, for Wen Shuyi, the possibility of pretending to have amnesia was still very high. She blinked her slender eyes and said slowly, we actually didn't know each other very well back then. Oh. Really? But, when you saw me 4 years ago, you seemed to be very familiar with me. Gu Nianji pretended to be surprised and cried out, could it be that you were lying to me 4 years ago? Pretending to be very familiar with me. Wen Shuyi's expression was obviously stifled. She hadn't expected Gu Nianji to actually mention what had happened in the other world. That was the absolute secret of this world. If Qin Yaoguang hadn't been injured by Gu Nianji and couldn't undergo surgery, Wen Shuyi's memories of the other world would have already been removed. It was because of Gu Nianji that Wen Shuyi was no longer He Jichu's personal secretary, and her security level had also been lowered. According to the special law, she wasn't supposed to keep that memory. However, Qin Yaoguang was still training doctors who could perform this kind of memory-removing surgery. This wasn't something that could be learned in a short period of time. Therefore, Wen Shuyi's memories were temporarily safe. She didn't want to undergo this kind of surgery. Qin Yaoguang also didn't want her to undergo this kind of surgery. She had already made arrangements for her. When she became the executive director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital, her security level would be greatly increased, and she wouldn't have to undergo this kind of surgery. At this juncture, Wen Shuyi didn't want to attract any special attention. Her mind raced, and she immediately said, familiarity is relative. When I said that we weren't very familiar, I actually meant that you weren't familiar with me, but I was quite familiar with you. So it was only one-sided familiarity, not any connection between us. Really? Gu Nianji tilted her head as if she didn't believe her. Then tell me, how familiar are you with me? This was the first update of the day, chapter 1592, How familiar are you with me? Today was the first day of April. Please guarantee the monthly ticket. The monthly ticket for March seemed to be almost 6,000. Then I'll round it up and calculate it as 6,000. Oh, intersection. Oh. It was still the third watch today. At 1:00 in the afternoon, there would be one last update for the monthly ticket for March. At 8:00 in the evening, the third watch. P.S. This month, the monthly ticket will still be updated once every 500. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1604. When she secretly took a deep breath. The dress around her waist hurt a little, but it made her more awake. Her tone was gentle and natural as she said, "How familiar are we? How should I put it? At that time, you were the high and mighty little princess of the He family, and I was just the gardener's daughter. I was 6 years older than you. Our circles were different to begin with, and we didn't have many opportunities to communicate." When she smiled pleasantly. "But you're very doted on in the He family. Children of servants like us are told by our parents to respect you and take care of you, so we have no choice but to get familiar with you." During those years, she quietly watched the little girl grow up by Mrs. He, Mr. He, and young Master He's side. At first, she only dared to hide under the table to look at people, but later, she became arrogant, willful, and arrogant. 6 years wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. It was hard to say what kind of mood she was in facing this little girl. Her studies, which she had once been proud of, and her genius intelligence, were nothing in front of this little girl. This little girl only went to class 1 day a week and spent the rest of the time playing. However, by the time she was 12 years old, she had already finished all the high school courses and passed the National High School graduation exam with high scores. She had also received interview invitations from several Ivy League universities in the United States. If it hadn't been for that accident, she would have participated in the interview at Harvard University in the United States after her 12th birthday and tried to enter the university early. It could be said that if it hadn't been for what happened later, Gunyenji's achievements might have been even greater than they were now. When she suppressed the indignation in her heart and continued, "We were forced to get to know you because we didn't want to upset you or offend you. We weren't born as well as you, so we had to listen to others to protect ourselves." When she said this, Gunyenji could clearly feel the two judges next to the judge in the courtroom looking sympathetic. Human nature always tended to favor the weak. Therefore, Gunyenji couldn't let her continue pretending to be pitiful. "Really? In other words, you've been observing and studying me in a place that I don't know about, right?" When she paused and shook her head. "I'm not studying you. I'm just paying attention to you to avoid provoking you." That was why she said she was very familiar with her, but Gunyenji knew nothing about Wen Shui. "Oh." Gunyenji nodded and smiled. "So you know me very well, don't you? Because you need to pay special attention to me and understand everything about me. Only then can you avoid offending me. You can say that." Although Wen Shui didn't want to admit it, she didn't refute it. "So that means you've been following me for 6 years, right?" Gunyenji asked with a smile. Wen Shui frowned slightly and said, "Aren't you repeating the question? Didn't you just say that? You only need to answer yes or no." Gunyenji's voice gradually cooled. Wen Shui nodded reluctantly. "Yes. All right, you've been paying attention to me for 6 years. It can be said that you've been observing me all the time, so you should be very familiar with my every move and word, right? They say that the people who understand you the most are not your family or your friends, but your enemies. I believe it now." Gunyenji smiled slyly. Wen Shui's heart skipped a beat. Gunyenji didn't wait for her to answer. She immediately continued, "But you keep saying that you pay special attention to me and know my words and actions very well. But under the streetlight at night, you saw my back and didn't recognize that little girl as me? Does this meet the conditions of a pitiful survival you just mentioned?" In Wen Shui's explanation just now, she had no choice but to pay attention to Gunyenji. She had no choice but to be very familiar with her in order to avoid offending her without knowing. If she really knew Gunyenji that well, then she would be able to recognize Gu Nianji just by seeing her back. She would even be able to know that it was her just by hearing her words. But she had just denied that she didn't recognize who the little girl was. Gu Nianji had one hand behind her back and the other tapping on the table in the dock. She smiled. So Lawyer Wen, why did you say such contradictory things to divert everyone's attention? You said that you only saw her back and didn't know who the little girl was. You also said that you paid special attention to me for 6 years because you were worried about offending me, so you had to be very familiar with me. Is this your attitude of reverence towards me? You're so familiar with me, but you can't recognize me at a glance. Gu Nianji leaned forward, and her expression suddenly turned stern. Or you're actually lying. Either you've never really paid attention to me, and the He family didn't ask you to be respectful to me and not offend me. Or, the little girl you saw that night wasn't me at all. Wen Shuyi bit her lower lip and frowned as she thought about Gu Nianji's words. She said, it was too dark at the time. To be cautious, I didn't say anything I wasn't confident. What's wrong with that? Really? What other confidence do you need? Gu Nianji smiled and tossed out the testimonies of the other 2 passers-by. But these 2 passers-by have never seen me before, but they were actually able to find my photo based on the little girl's back and side profile. If even strangers can tell that the little girl is me, then you, Wen Shuyi, who claims to have paid special attention to me for 6 years and is afraid of offending me, actually didn't recognize me. This is neither logical nor common sense. Wen Shuyi pursed her lips and insisted on her statement. I'm sorry, I really don't have 100% confidence that the little girl is you, so I won't say who she is, because I really don't know. So cautious. Gu Nianji tilted her head and suddenly clapped at Wen Shuyi. Miss Wen is indeed a great lawyer. You really know that you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Because everything you say will be used as evidence in court. She actually suddenly praised Wen Shuyi. This wasn't right. Not only Wen Shuyi, but even Jin Wani became nervous. What card was Gu Nianji going to play? Lu Yuan and Lu Jin, who were sitting in the gallery, also sat up straight and listened attentively. They were most afraid that the air would suddenly quiet down. The courtroom was silent for a moment, and the pressure was like a mountain. Gu Nianji opened a folder on her laptop and clicked on a picture. In the picture was a Caucasian man in a floral Hawaiian shirt and shorts. He was standing under a palm tree, smiling and talking to a girl. Gu Nianji pointed at the man's profile on the big screen with a laser pointer and said, "Everyone, please look at this picture. Do you recognize who this is?" The people in the courtroom looked at each other, but no one answered. Gu Nianji looked around and her gaze fell on Wen Shuyi and Jin Wani. She said, "Lawyer Jin, why don't you tell us who this man is?" Jin Wani pursed her lips and said, "That's too obvious. This man is the American movie star, Leon." "Are you sure?" Gu Nianji clicked the mouse again, and the picture was enlarged. It was a real high-definition picture, and she could even see the tiny golden hair on the person's face. "Of course I'm sure. This person is too popular. There are large photos of him all over the streets and alleys. Even people who don't follow celebrities know him." Jin Wani was impatient. She glanced at the judge and said, "Lawyer Gu, does this have anything to do with this case?" However, this time, the judge didn't speak. Instead, he looked thoughtfully at the photo on the big screen. Gu Nianji nodded. "Yes, it's amazing to be able to recognize that he's the famous movie star, Leon, just by looking at his profile and back." As she spoke, she clicked on the photo again, and the photo immediately turned into a three-dimensional 3D picture. The man turned around and faced everyone. When she saw his face, she realized that he wasn't the American movie star, Leon. Jin Wani's face paled, and her heart began to pound like a drum. Gu Nianji turned off the photo and clicked on another photo. This time, it was a tall man with a hunched back. He was dressed ordinarily, and the rubber shoes on his feet were stained with a lot of dirt. Along the way, he left a trail of footprints with dirt behind him. Gu Nianji smiled at Liang Meili and Wen Shui. How is it? This time, I want Miss Liang Meili and Miss Wen Shui to recognize who this man is. Wen Shui clenched her fists, but she gritted her teeth and didn't say a word. However, her mother, Liang Meili, couldn't hold it in. She glanced at Wen Shui and then at Jin Wani. Seeing that neither of them stopped her, she mustered up the courage to say, This person is my husband. She pointed at Wen Dao, who was sitting on the other side of Wen Shui. Gu Nianji said kindly, Miss Liang Meili thinks this is your husband, Wen Dao, right? Liang Meili nodded and said confidently, Yes, I've been married to him for more than 20 years. How could I not recognize my husband? Not to mention his back and side profile, I would recognize him even if he were to be reduced to ashes. Gu Nianji smiled and thought to herself that it was a big flag. Then, she clicked on the front of the second photo. It wasn't Wen Dao. Liang Meili's vision darkened, and she almost fainted. She muttered, How could it not be? I can clearly see his back and side profile. Is there some kind of mistake? This is the same photo, the same person. If you don't admit it, I can even summon him to testify in court. Gu Nianji put down the mouse and said casually. This photo was the one she had carefully prepared to deal with the two passerby witnesses. Gu Nianji looked up at the judge's seat and calmly began her second conclusion. Your Honor, I think it's already very obvious. Even a celebrity that I'm familiar with and my husband that I spend every day with can't tell who he is based on his back and side profile. How could two passers-by find a photo of Gu Xiangwen and me when I was 12 years old based on his back and side profile? This is neither rigorous nor fair. So Miss Wen's insistence is right, because those two people aren't Gu Xiangwen at all, nor are they the 12-year-old me from 8 years ago. Based on this, I want to apply to the court to invalidate the testimony of the two passerby witnesses. Wen Shui's face instantly darkened. She had never expected Gu Nianji to use her testimony to invalidate the testimony of the other two passerby witnesses. This is today's second monthly vote plus update, Chapter 1593, Using the Spear of a Child to Attack a Child's Shield. Today is the first day of April, please guarantee the monthly vote. There is still the third update at 8 p.m. P.S. This month, the monthly vote will be added once every 500 days. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1605. In the courtroom, the judge and the two jurors gathered together and began to discuss in low voices. In order for the court to accept testimony, it had to be reasonable and based on evidence. If the loopholes in the testimony could not be explained, then the testimony would be invalid and should not be accepted by the court. Gu Nianji's two experiments happened to prove the uncertainty and objectivity of the passers-by's testimony. Actually, if Wen Shui could also insist that the two people were Gu Xiangwen and the 12-year-old Gu Nianji, then the testimony would be more credible. Unfortunately, she was the most familiar with Gu Nianji out of the three witnesses, yet she insisted that she didn't know who the two people were. This was very strong evidence, and it was from the defendant's side. It was very strong counter-evidence. After careful consideration, the judge and the two jurors agreed to Gu Nianji's request. The plaintiff's lawyer is right. If the defense can't produce stronger evidence, the testimony of these two passers-by will be declared invalid. So far, two of the three pieces of ironclad evidence on the chain of evidence had already been declared invalid. Now there was only the last piece of ironclad evidence left, and it was also the most reliable evidence. It was the note from Gu Xiangwen. Jin Wani's eyes dimmed. She pursed her lips tightly, revealing her square jaw. Wen Shuyi looked at Gu Nianji expressionlessly. She wanted to see how she was going to overturn the most reliable piece of evidence. Gu Nianji also knew that everyone in the courtroom was looking at her, waiting for her to refute the last piece of evidence. Although this piece of evidence seemed the most difficult to overturn, it wasn't difficult at all if she figured out the mystery behind it. Gu Nianji clicked on a folder again and opened a picture file inside. This was the note from Gu Xiangwen. You don't have to look for it anymore. I've taken my daughter away. Gu Nianji felt a headache coming on when she saw this flamboyant sentence. Her father was really wild and flamboyant. Lu Jin covered his face and wished he could crawl under his seat. How could he come up with such a stupid thing to say about the dark history of the past? He could actually remind Gu Nianji of what was going on, but because he was embarrassed and because he didn't really want to overturn the case, he didn't say anything and let it be. But now that Gu Nianji wanted to overturn the case, he could only watch on in fear. Lu Jin was extremely glad that he hadn't told Gu Nianji about the note. He silently thought that if Gu Nianji could overturn the irrefutable evidence on this note, then he would have to reevaluate his daughter's legal ability. Gu Nianji's gaze swept across the courtroom and paused on Lu Jin's lowered head for a moment before looking away as if nothing had happened. Gu Nianji looked at the screen again and said to the judge, "Your Honor, can I see the original copy of that note with my own eyes?" The judge nodded. "Sure." She motioned to the bailiff and placed the clear plastic bag containing the original note in front of Gu Nianji. In front of everyone, Gu Nianji put on translucent latex gloves and carefully opened the plastic bag to take out the note. She held the note and walked to the defendant's stand. She placed it on the table in front of Wen Shuyi and Jin Wani and asked seriously, "Can you confirm again that this note was handed to young Master He 8 years ago?" 8 years ago, He Jichu didn't know who had done it until the hypnotized orderly sent the note. Then Wen Shuyi said that she had seen a man and a little girl get into the car. Finally, 2 passers-by confirmed that they had also seen a tall and thin man and a fair and chubby little girl get into the car. With these 3 pieces of evidence, He Jichu pinned the crime of culprit on Gu Xiangwen. A month later, there was a car fire in the downtown area of Sea City. Although Gu Xiangwen and the car were burned to ashes, it completely proved that Gu Nianji's sudden disappearance was Gu Xiangwen's doing. In the end, there was no evidence more effective than Gu Xiangwen's own handwriting. Jin Wani grinned and smiled joyfully. "Yes. This is the original copy of that note." Wen Shuyi also said sinisterly, "It's this one. I saw the orderly hand it to young Master He with my own eyes. So this is the evidence that Gu Xiangwen wanted to kidnap me 8 years ago, right?" Gu Nianji confirmed again and stared at Wen Shuyi. Wen Shuyi's heart skipped a beat. She felt that something was wrong. Every time Gu Nianji said this, it was like she had dug a hole for them to jump into. It was all a trap. But after thinking about it carefully, she realized that other things could be forged, but this note was definitely Gu Xiangwen's handwriting. What was she afraid of? Under Gu Nianji's burning gaze, Wen Shuyi nodded reluctantly. "Yes, this is the strongest evidence. It proves that Gu Xiangwen did everything. It has nothing to do with my parents, and it has nothing to do with me. Don't be in a hurry to deny it." Gu Nianji smiled at her and took the note back to the plaintiff's stand. She suddenly said, "Your Honor, I want to apply for an instrument." The judge was slightly taken aback. "Apply for an instrument? Now?" "Yes." Gu Nianji nodded. "I want to apply for an instrument that can test the time when handwriting is formed in court." She had asked around and the Imperial Intermediate People's Court happened to have such an instrument. However, it was more difficult to rent it out. She could only use it in court. Moreover, this would be more credible. Therefore, Gu Nianji did not inform the court in advance. Instead, she waited until the last piece of evidence was examined before bringing it up. This would also prevent the other party from taking the opportunity to destroy the evidence. When the judge heard that it was an instrument to test the time when handwriting was formed, he quickly nodded and said, "Sure, I'll get someone to borrow one." The instrument had now been miniaturized and was about the size of a scanner. The archaeologist world usually used carbon-14 dating to measure the age of relics. However, the identification of the time when handwriting was formed used to be more complicated and stringent. Later, the ultra-high-performance gas chromatograph was introduced. It mainly analyzed volatile organic matter, especially ink. When ink was written on paper, it could be analyzed by gas chromatography. By impregnating the paper with ink, the polymer compounds were split into volatile low-molecular fragments. All of this could be seen under the ultra-high-performance small gas chromatograph. It could obtain technical data such as the number of peaks, retention time, and peak height ratio of the chromatograph formed by the ink on the paper. From this, it could deduce the approximate time when the handwriting was formed. Although it could not be accurate to the day, hour, minute, and second when the handwriting was formed, it was no longer a problem to be accurate to the year and month. Lu Jin immediately raised his head and looked at Gu Nianji in shock at Gu Nianji's request. He hadn't expected Gu Nianji to be able to think of testing the time when the handwriting was formed on the note. He had never mentioned this to Gu Nianji. It was all Gu Nianji's own idea. How did he give birth to such a smart daughter? Lu Jin cheered himself on in his heart. Jin Wani watched curiously as the bailiff handed the ultra-high-performance small gas chromatograph to Gu Nianji. When she also looked at Gu Nianji in confusion, not knowing what she was going to do. Why didn't she ask to test the authenticity of the handwriting, but to test the time when the handwriting was formed? When she knew that the note was indeed Gu Xiangwen's handwriting, so they were extremely confident that the chain of evidence was flawless. But Gu Nianji. What was she going to do? Gu Nianji completed the test of the time when the handwriting was formed on the note under the gaze of everyone in the courtroom. With the help of this ultra-high-performance small gas chromatograph, Gu Nianji came to a conclusion 10 minutes later. Your Honor, according to the defendant, this note was written 8 years ago, but the gas chromatograph provided by the court has just detected that the time when the handwriting was formed was not October 8 years ago, but June 14 years ago. Gu Nianji's words were like a drop of cold water suddenly falling into a pot of oil. Everyone's minds exploded. Jin Wani quickly stood up. Lawyer Gu, what do you mean? Even if this note was not written 8 years ago, but 14 years ago, it was still written by Gu Xiangwen. You didn't deny that this is Gu Xiangwen's handwriting. Yes, I didn't deny that this is Gu Xiangwen's handwriting, but the time when the handwriting was formed is crucial. Gu Nianji's face darkened, and she said coldly, June 14 years ago, I wasn't even 6 years old. At that time, I wasn't at the He family at all. I was with Qin Yaoguang. Why did my father, Gu Xiangwen, write a note to the He family 14 years ago saying that he wanted to take me away? May I ask if you're so stupid that you believe such nonsense, or am I so stupid that I believe in your professional ability? Gu Nianji's sharp words made Jin Wani angry. She said loudly, Objection. The plaintiff's lawyer is personally attacking me. Gu Nianji finally rolled her eyes and ignored Jin Wani. She continued, Actually, once you understand the timeline, the reason is very simple. This note was indeed written by my father, Gu Xiangwen, but it wasn't written to the He family at my birthday party 8 years ago. It was written to Qin Yaoguang 14 years ago. Because that year, my father took me away from Qin Yaoguang and sent me to the He family. And now, a note that should have fallen into Qin Yaoguang's hands has actually fallen into the He family's hands, and it has become irrefutable evidence that Gu Xiangwen kidnapped me from the He family. If this isn't framing, then what is? I have reason to believe that there's a new suspect in this case, and it's Qin Yaoguang. This was today's third update, Chapter 1594, Calling Yourself Crazy. Today was the first day of April. Please guarantee the monthly vote. P.S. This month, the monthly vote will still be updated once every 500 days. Good night, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1606. The courtroom was so quiet that even the air seemed to have stopped flowing. Qin Yaguang's name was too famous, even more famous than Gu Xiangwen's. She was the director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital group and the head of the brain surgery department. Her reputation in the country and internationally had already surpassed Gu Xiangwen's. Although Gu Xiangwen was very powerful, in the hearts of the world, he had died 8 years ago. If Gu Nianji's disappearance hadn't been reopened and he had been singled out as the culprit, most people wouldn't have remembered him. Jean Wani stared at Gu Nianji in a daze. She only came back to her senses when Wen Shuyi pushed her. She quickly said, "Qin Yaguang. You mean the director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital group, Qin Yaguang?" Gu Nianji nodded with a rare serious expression on her pretty face. "That's her. But isn't Qin Yaguang your mother? If it's your mother, then she has the right to take you away. Why are you still suing her?" Jean Wani perked up and tried to deal with Gu Nianji, trying to make a big deal out of a small matter. Gu Nianji scoffed and shook her head. "Gu Xiangwen is still my father. Didn't you guys think he was the one who kidnapped me and put him on the wanted list?" Jean Wani's face turned red from the retort. She quickly changed the topic and said, "But how did you know that Gu Xiangwen wrote this note to Qin Yaguang? You were only 6 years old 14 years ago. Didn't you lose your memory? I heard that you don't even remember what happened before you were 12 years old." Gu Nianji glanced at her and knew what she meant. She smiled and didn't expose her. She said slowly, "That's very simple. Just make a general deduction." Gu Nianji turned to look at the judge in the courtroom and said calmly, "Young master, he told me that when I was 6 years old, my father, Gu Xiangwen, took me away from Qin Yaguang and sent me to the He family to be raised. And this note has been tested to be written in June 14 years ago. It matches the time I arrived at the He family. Doesn't that mean that my father, Gu Xiangwen, left a note for Qin Yaguang? Don't tell me lawyer Jean doesn't even know how to do simple logical reasoning." Jean Wani was still struggling. "But this note doesn't have a header. How can you be sure that it was written to Director Yaguang? There's no signature on the note either. Didn't you immediately assume that it was written by Gu Xiangwen?" Gu Nianji retorted sarcastically, "Yes, you did examine the handwriting, but you were already certain that it was written by Gu Xiangwen before that. That's different. The handwriting on this note has been verified to be Gu Xiangwen's, but you have no evidence to prove that this note was written to Dean Qin," Wen Shuyi said, supporting Jean Wani's statement. She warned her implicitly, "Lawyer Gu, don't randomly accuse someone of something you're not sure about. That's not something that can't be confirmed." Gu Nianji picked up the note and showed it to the people in the courtroom. She said calmly, "My father left the lab and left me with Qin Yaguang. She was my guardian. 4 years later, my father came back and wanted to take me away. Who do you think he would write this note to? Wasn't it written to my guardian at the time, Qin Yaguang?" Jean Wani was rendered speechless by the question. However, when she thought about how Gu Xiangwen was already dead and how there was no evidence, she insisted, "That's usually the case, but without the header, we can't be sure that it was written to Dean Qin Yaguang." Wen Shuyi didn't want Qin Yaguang to be dragged into this. She thought hard about it and suddenly thought of a way to help Qin Yaguang get rid of her responsibility. She recalled what Qin Yaguang had told her and said carefully, "Dean Qin was very busy at the time. She didn't take care of you herself. Instead, she gave you to the people in her lab to take care of. So, look at this note. It says you guys don't have to look anymore, and it says you guys, not you. This means that Gu Xiangwen's note wasn't written to Dean Qin, but to the people in her lab. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and was instantly elated. She thought to herself that when Shuyi was really acting smart. She was just thinking about how to get this matter from Qin Yaoguang to her laboratory, but in the end, she had spontaneously sent this information over. Gu Nianji smiled quietly and gently. She said sincerely, "Yes, Miss Wen is right. It seems that this note was written to the people in Qin Yaoguang's lab, but why was it created 6 years later? When I was taken away for the second time, it was treated as Gu Xiangwen's handwritten note and sent to young Master He. So it was still Qin Yaoguang's responsibility. Because she was the person in charge of her lab and also the legal representative. However, Miss Wen also reminded me that Qin Yaoguang's entire lab is a suspect. We can't just treat Qin Yaoguang as a suspect. Everyone in her lab is a suspect, and we have to investigate them all." Gu Nianji had never thought that Qin Yaoguang was the only one who had used her for so many experiments back then. There must have been a team behind her. Everyone in the lab couldn't escape responsibility. They were all murderers. She had already told Lu Jin that she wouldn't let go of any of the people who had harmed her back then. When Shi's heart sank. She thought to herself that this was bad. She wouldn't bring more trouble to Auntie Qin, would she? However, she then remembered that Qin Yaoguang's lab was an important department under the Qin Corporation's private hospital. It had close cooperation with the Empire's military, and the security level was extremely high. Gu Nianji had made a mistake if she wanted to use Qin Yaoguang's lab as an example. With this thought in mind, Wen Shi became calm again. She smiled and bowed slightly. "If it's their lab's problem, then my parents and I won't be responsible, right?" Gu Nianji's beautiful eyes sparkled and she smiled. "No, that means that the person who ordered your parents to kidnap me wasn't my father, Gu Xiangwen, but Qin Yaoguang's lab. So your parents' responsibility is even greater." Jean Wani was a little flustered. She was afraid that her undefeated record was about to be broken. She quickly said, "How is that possible? If it's confirmed that it's someone from Dean Qin's lab, then it has even less to do with Wen Dao and Liang Meili, right? What responsibility do they have?" Gu Nianji opened another folder and turned to look at Jean Wani. She said calmly, "You guys swore that it was my father, Gu Xiangwen, who ordered you to do it. You even made up lies that you cried in front of them 7 times. Now you're saying that you're not responsible? You dare to say that? I don't dare to believe it." Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and looked at Wen Dao and Liang Meili, who were becoming more and more restless in the dock. "Tell me, why did you lie like this? Who ordered you to kidnap me?" "We didn't kidnap you. You left voluntarily." Seeing that the situation was not good, Wen Dao couldn't help but speak up. Jean Wani quickly turned to look at him and warned, "Wen Dao, you should remain silent." Gu Nianji saw an opportunity and deliberately said, "Actually, if the instigator was Gu Xiangwen or Qin Yaoguang herself, and you can prove that I left to meet my parents of my own accord, then Wen Shi's parents really don't have much responsibility. After all, Gu Xiangwen is my father, and Qin Yaoguang is my mother. If they wanted to see me, they would at most be letting down the He family by using such shameful methods. But now that it has been proven that this matter has nothing to do with my father, and Miss Wen said that it has nothing to do with Dean Qin Yaoguang, but has something to do with the people in Dean Qin Yaoguang's lab, then the legal responsibility is huge." Her words almost made it clear to Wen Dao and Liang Meili to testify against Qin Yaoguang. Liang Meili was obviously tempted. She kept looking up at Wen Shi, who was sitting next to her. Wen Shi knew it wasn't that simple. Would Gu Nianji let them off so easily? She thought about it in her mind for a while and made a prompt decision. She immediately said, "This matter has nothing to do with Dean Qin. As for whether Miss Gu left voluntarily or not, don't you remember?" Gu Nianji had been waiting for her to say this. She quickly spread her hands and said seriously, "It doesn't matter what I remember. I was only 12 years old at the time. The testimony of a minor won't be accepted by the court. Although she was now an adult, she wanted to prove what had happened when she was 12 years old. In addition, she had a record of amnesia, so Gu Nianji chose not to use her memory to testify. She wanted to use the facts to make the other party unable to defend themselves. When Shi's eyes flickered, she suddenly understood that Gu Nianji had been lying to them from the beginning to the end. Her memory hadn't recovered at all. That made things easier, when Shi quietly held her father's hand under the dock. She turned to look at him and said gently, "Dad, then tell us what happened at the time. Don't be afraid. Just tell the truth." Although Lawyer Gu is a lawyer, she can't deny the truth, can she? Her eyes flickered. Besides, she's lost her memory for so many years. I don't know if she's recovered. Even if she's recovered, what if her memory is messed up? You'll have to help her set things right. When Dio understood what Wen Shi meant, he felt relieved and quickly nodded. With an honest look on his face, he said woodenly, "I know. I only know how to tell the truth. I've never known how to lie in my life." Gu Nianji snickered and chuckled. "You just said that my dad cried to you 7 times. When Dio's dark face blushed a little, but because it was too dark, the blush wasn't obvious. He muttered, "Someone really cried to us. He said his name was Gu Xiangwen, and I believed him." Gu Nianji curled her lips. "Yes, and then? Even if you were deceived, you probably aren't familiar with Gu Xiangwen's appearance, right? Although he used to be a scientist you're familiar with in this country." "I'm not familiar with him." When Dio quickly clarified himself. "We're just gardeners from the He family. We live in the workers' house. You and the He family all live in the mansion, and it's so far away. We don't often work in the mansion, and we don't even see him when he comes to the He family as a guest. How could we be familiar with his appearance? That's why I believed him when he said who he was." When Shi deliberately added, "It seems that Lawyer Gu still doesn't remember what happened back then. The He family is so big, and the workers' house and the mansion are clearly separated. Even the way in and out is separated. You're high up in the mansion, and we servants' children can only look at you from afar and envy you. You don't recognize us, and my dad doesn't know your dad. Isn't that normal?" "Is that so?" Gu Nianji smiled calmly and didn't deny Wen Shi's statement. She turned to look at Wen Dio. "Then tell me, what happened back then? How did I leave voluntarily? Tell me in detail." Jin Wani and Wen Shi looked at Wen Dio meaningfully. Wen Dio coughed and began to narrate what had happened back then according to what they had agreed on. This is today's first update, Chapter 1595, You Dare to Say That, I Can't Believe It. Remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, special recommendation votes, especially important it was still the third watch today. At 1:00 in the afternoon, the monthly vote was 500 plus updates. At 8:00 in the evening, the third watch. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1607. When Dio coughed subconsciously. It was the first time in his life that he had been stared at by so many people, and he was not used to it. His hunched body couldn't help but bend even lower. He stared at a spot where the paint had peeled off at the corner of the dock and muttered, "A man who called himself Gu Xiangwen came to us 7 times and asked us for help to let him meet his daughter, Miss Gu. She's mother and I didn't want to get involved in this kind of business, but he kept crying. A grown man was crying like this. She's mother and I were soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see him cry, so we finally agreed. He told us that he wouldn't make things difficult for us, nor would he let us take any risks. As long as we found a chance to tell Miss Gu, she would come out to see him herself. I found a chance to tell Miss Gu about it, Gu Ning said. As when Dio spoke, he couldn't help glancing at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji looked at him with a smile and had no intention of denying it at all. When she saw him looking over, she nodded at him and encouraged, "There's more. Continue." When Dio's heart skipped a beat. He completely believed what Shui had said. This girl's memory hadn't recovered. Therefore, he became bolder and straightened his hunched back. He sat beside Wen Shui and was a head taller than her. However, as he spoke, he carefully looked at Wen Shui's expression. It was obvious that he doted on his daughter to the bone. Gu Nianji watched coldly from the side and sighed in her heart. She thought to herself, Wen Shui is the one who doesn't know how lucky she is. She has parents who love her so much, yet she still wants to hang out with someone as inhumane as Qin Yao Wang. When Dio caught a glimpse of the faint smile on Wen Shui's lips, he knew that his guess was correct and that he hadn't said anything wrong. He was even happier. He looked away and continued to stare at the spot where the paint had peeled off at the corner of the table. He still had an honest expression on his face as he said, "Miss Gu was very surprised at that time. At first, she didn't believe me. Later, I said it a few times and brought you a letter that Gu Xiangwen wrote for you to read. After you read it, you believed it and immediately burned the letter in front of me. Gu Nianji, how awesome. This was made up." Another letter came out of nowhere, and then it was immediately burned by herself. Gu Nianji suppressed her laughter and nodded. "And then? So you agreed to find a chance to sneak out to see your father on the day of the birthday party. There are so many people at the birthday party, and I'm the star of the show. How could I find a chance to sneak out?" Gu Nianji pretended to be surprised. "I don't think I'm that stupid, right?" When Dio's eyelids twitched, he braced himself and said, "Of course, you can't get out by yourself, so you asked us for help." "Hee, it was my father who asked for your help first, and then I asked for your help too." Gu Nianji nodded slowly and looked straight at Wen Dio. "It seems that you two are really smart and capable people. It's a waste of your talents to let you be gardeners in the He family." Wen Dio's heart trembled under Gu Nianji's gaze. His back, which had just straightened up, couldn't help bending down again. He said humbly, "What are you talking about, Lawyer Gu? We just happened to have the opportunity to enter the mansion to serve you, so we thought of a way to help you." "Yes, how?" Gu Nianji stopped smiling and continued to ask. When she interrupted softly, "Don't you remember, Lawyer Gu? I'm cross-examining the defendant." Gu Nianji deliberately put on a bluff and changed the topic. "Or does Miss Wen want to add details?" When she smiled and raised her chin at her father, Wen Dio. "Go on. Don't be afraid." Wen Dio was encouraged by his daughter and quickly said, "Most of the people who came that day were children about the same age as Miss Gu. Young master, he said that it was best for the people who served to be children about the same age. That would be interesting. So most of the people who served that day were the children of us servants. Shi's mother and I happened to be transferred to serve a few large bonsai plants that day. After entering the hall of the mansion, we contacted Miss Gu and agreed to leave a back door for her to run out when the lights went out." Gu Nianji interrupted Wen Dio at this time and said seriously, "So I ran out after the lights went out?" "Yes." Wen Dio quickly nodded. "The lights went out for about 7 seconds. You left young master," he sighed and ran to the door. "Shi's mother and I just made way for you. Also, we opened the back door for you first." When Shi sighed and said, "Lawyer Gu, you remember everything now, don't you? My parents really didn't kidnap you violently. You left of your own free will. This case should be closed, right?" Gu Nianji raised her head and smiled faintly. She said, "When Dio and Liang Meili kept saying that I left of my own free will, and that I ran out of the hall after the lights went out. But I have the surveillance video from that year here. As Gu Nianji spoke, she opened another folder on her laptop and clicked on the video inside. She had already marked the video again. When Shi's heart tightened, and her pupils constricted. How could the He family's surveillance have slipped through the net? In the past few years, she and Auntie Qin had not found any surveillance footage from that year in the He family. Gu Nianji caught a glimpse of Wen Shi's surprised expression and smiled. She picked up the laser pointer and pointed at the big screen. She said, "Everyone, please look. These are all the people in the He family's hall before the lights went out. I marked everyone's name according to the He family's guest list." On the night of the birthday party, there were a total of 237 people in the living room of the He family's mansion. 185 of them were 11 or 12 years old children. They were all dressed in cartoon costumes, including the invited guests and the children who served as waiters. There were also 52 adults, including the He family servants. The video was projected on the big screen. Everyone had a name above their heads as they walked around the hall, just like in an online game. When Shi's face turned pale, and she gradually clenched her fists. After a while, she loosened her fists and couldn't help biting her fingernails. When Dayo and Liang Meili watched this scene with their eyes wide open. They were very panicked. Jean Wani didn't know that the surveillance video from 8 years ago was still there. She frowned slightly and glanced at Wen Shi. Wen Shi bit her fingernails and stared at the big screen. The video played slowly, and finally, it was time to turn off the lights and blow out the candles. Gu Nianji paused here for a moment and emphasized, "Just now, the defendant, Wen Dayo, said that I ran out of the He family's hall after the lights went out, so after the lights went out, there should be one less person in the hall." Wen Shi's heart skipped a beat. She bit the nail on her right thumb until it bled, and the pain was excruciating. She quickly sucked her thumb and looked down. Gu Nianji continued to play the video as she paid attention to the reaction of the defendant. The big screen quickly turned black. 7 seconds later, as the lights came on, the big screen also lit up. By then, they had already realized that Gu Nianji had disappeared. He Jichu gave the order to immediately seal all the doors, and everyone had to stay where they were. Gu Nianji paused again and said, "Everyone, look carefully. According to the defendant, Wen Dayo, he and Wen Shi's mother let me out when the lights went out, so there should be one less child in the hall now. After the lights went on, I marked everyone in the hall again. Look," Gu Nianji pointed at the names on the big screen with the laser pointer. "I counted several times, and it's still 237 people. Not one more, not one less. May I ask, if I've already run out, why hasn't the number of people in the hall changed?" Gu Nianji walked out of the plaintiff's stand and stood in front of the defendant's stand. Her voice became serious. "Defendant Wen Dayo, answer me." Wen Dayo didn't dare look her in the eye and muttered, "How would I know? I've already left. Did I count wrongly? There are so many people. More than 200 people are considered a lot. To you, counting to 237 is already an impossible task." Gu Nianji couldn't help mocking him. She turned around and lit up the laser pointer, circling a person on the big screen. "Defendant Wen Dayo and Defendant Liang Meili, can you explain to the court that there was no one standing among you before the lights went out?" "But after the lights went on, who is this child in a cloak and mask who appeared among you? I've marked the names of everyone in this surveillance video according to the treat list. Only this child appeared after the lights went out, and I can't find the corresponding name on the treat list." Her questions were getting more and more urgent and sharp. Beads of sweat broke out on Wen Dayo and Liang Meili's foreheads. Their lips trembled, and they couldn't say a complete sentence. They looked at Jean Wani as if asking for help. "Lawyer Jean, you speak." Jean Wani was furious. She hated this kind of sudden evidence the most during a court debate. She immediately said, "Objection. The plaintiff's evidence hasn't been proven to be true or false. How do we know it's not forged?" Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Okay, you can tell young Master He that this was saved by young Master He from the He family surveillance cameras. Why do you think young Master He forged this video? Just to frame his gardener." This is today's second watch, Chapter 1596, Sudden Evidence. Remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, special recommendation votes, especially important at 8 p.m., the third watch. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1608. If someone of Hijichu's status didn't like the two gardeners at home, would he need to go through so much trouble to fabricate a video to frame them? No one in the entire empire would believe this. Young Master He provided this video. Jean Wani was dumbfounded. She stretched her neck and the veins on her forehead bulged. Gu Nianji used the laser pointer to circle Wen Dao and Liang Meili on the big screen. She said calmly, "Otherwise, why would this case be reopened? Naturally, there's concrete evidence." When Shuyi looked down at her thumb, it was already bleeding from the bite, and her heart was throbbing in pain. Gu Nianji looked at Wen Dao and Liang Meili again and said sternly, "Defendant Wen Dao and Liang Meili, who is this child? Do you want me to tell you?" "She's me, the 12-year-old Gu Nianji. You two took advantage of the time when the lights were out to cover her face with a towel dipped in triazolam, also known as triazolam. Triazolam is a benzodiazepine-type hypnotic drug. After being improved by Qin Yaoguang's laboratory, the time it takes to take effect has been reduced from 15 minutes to 0.1 seconds. It was originally a light blue pill, but it can also be dissolved in water and covered in the mouth and nose. As long as you come into contact with it for 0.1 seconds, it can produce a sedative and hypnotic effect. It can also cause a short period of memory loss. One of you cover her mouth and nose and put a cloak on her to cover her body. One of you take off her pink diamond crown and put a mask on her to cover her face. Then quickly pull her to stand diagonally behind young Master He." Gu Nianji used the laser pointer to circle the distance between the little girl in the cloak and the mask and Hijichu. It was only 2 steps away, but from then on, they were separated into 2 different worlds. Gu Nianji was a little dazed when she thought of Hijichu's numb face when he found out the truth that day. She closed her eyes and suppressed her emotions. She continued to talk about Wen Dao and Liang Meili's modus operandi. She spoke slowly and calmly, as if she was talking about an unrelated person. Everyone in the courtroom was affected by her emotions and looked at her with sympathy and worry. Lu Jin, who was sitting next to Lu Yuan, had red eyes. Seeing his daughter in pain, he felt even more pain than if he had been hurt himself. The receptionist, Xiao Zhang, and Jin Dazhuang listened attentively. They were overwhelmed with emotions. She whispered to Lawyer Jean, "Boss, I think you got a great deal. A genius like Lawyer Gu will be willing to work for your small law firm. From now on, you can laugh proudly in the martial world." Jin Dazhuang rolled his eyes at her. "Shut up and listen to the interrogation." Behind the dock, Wen Dao and Liang Meili were trembling like sieves. Gu Nianji stood in front of the defendant's stand and leaned forward slightly. There was a pressure in her voice that could not be ignored as she said calmly, "Why did I say that you kidnapped a minor by force?" She stretched out a finger. 1. You went against my will and forcibly took me away from my family. 2. You used triazolam to inflict bodily harm on me. The side effect of inhaling this drug is temporary memory loss. 3rd, after young Master He left the hall to chase after someone, you used violent means to forcefully take me away and give me to the mastermind behind you. Tell me, who was the mastermind behind you? Wen Dao and Liang Mei shivered in fright at her last sentence and looked at Wen Shui, who was sitting between them. Gu Nianji immediately seized the opportunity and said, "Wen Shui ordered you to kidnap me, so she could take my place. The mastermind was Wen Shui, wasn't she?" These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Wen Dao and Liang Mei's heads. They glared at Gu Nianji and suddenly thought that if Gu Nianji blamed this on Wen Shui, then their daughter would have nothing left. They all knew how smart and hardworking their daughter was. She had worked hard for so long to escape from their low class and reach the highest level of the empire. No, they couldn't let this ruin their daughter's future. As parents, they were useless and couldn't give their daughter much. But they still had a life. Their fear and panic disappeared bit by bit. The two of them looked at each other. After so many years of being husband and wife, they could tell what they wanted to do from each other's eyes. Wen Shui didn't have time to care about her parents. She was a little flustered, but she still said firmly, "Lawyer Gu, please don't lure me into a confession. As I said before, I didn't recognize those two people. I only saw a man and a little girl get into the car. If you still want to pin the crime on me, I'll definitely appeal." Wen Dao and Liang Mei held Wen Shui's hand together and smiled at her. "Shui, don't worry. You're innocent. Mom and Dad let you down." Liang Mei turned to Gu Nianji and said, "No, this has nothing to do with my daughter. She never said who those two people were. She never lied. If it was something she wasn't sure about, she would never say it." Gu Nianji couldn't help laughing. She nodded and said, "Wen Shui, who never lies. What else? Your family is quite thick-skinned. You've been exposed so many times, but you can still swear that you're honest people. This is the worst time an honest person has ever been slandered." Wen Dao was no longer afraid. He said loudly, "Yes. We lied. There was no Gu Xiangwen. No one ordered us to do it. It was all done by Shui's mother and me. It has nothing to do with Shui. It's up to you if you want to beat or kill her, but you can't pin the crime on my daughter. Yes. It was done by us. It has nothing to do with her. You're making a false accusation." Liang Mei shouted. "I admit it. Shui's father and I did it. We thought that if you weren't around, Shui would be able to take your place. For our daughter, we can do anything, let alone get you away." Gu Nianji snorted and looked at Wen Shui. Her voice was a little low. "Wen Shui, are you just going to watch your parents take the blame for you and the person behind you?" Wen Shui's face turned pale. She looked at her parents with a miserable expression and asked with a double meaning, "Why did you do this? Shui, Mom and Dad have let you down. You're so smart, but you can only grow up in a worker's house. You've worked so hard, but you still can't compare to those who were born to be reincarnated." Liang Mei glanced at Gu Nianji and voiced out all the indignation in her heart. She chattered on, "Don't look at how she looks now. She was fat and ugly when she was young. How can she compare to our Shui? The He family is really blind. They don't want our Shui, but they treat this lunatic's daughter like a treasure. Mom, Dad. Don't be like this." Wen Shui covered her face and started crying. "I don't want that kind of status. I just want to be with you guys. Why are you guys so stupid?" Gu Nianji looked over coldly. Wen Shui's words had completely pinned the blame on her parents and completely exonerated herself. Jean Wani's mouth was agape. After a while, she said. "But Lawyer Gu was still with her father in the end. Didn't everyone see it?" Gu Nianji patted the table in front of her and said impatiently, "Which eye of yours saw that the person in that car was me? If it was me in the fire, wouldn't I have been burned to death? My father was burned to death. How do you think I came back to life? It wasn't you. But, that news video. Jin Wani looked Gu Ninji up and down, confused. The resolution of the news video is so low that you can't even see the portrait clearly, let alone in a car. The portrait is magnified through the window. To be honest, do you really think it's a person? It's not an illusion caused by light and shadow. Gu Ninji waved her hand. I don't admit it anyway. The fact that I'm standing here proves that I wasn't in the car that was on fire. Wen Shi would never dare to tell anyone that she had gone to the other world, just like how she wouldn't reveal the person behind her. Wen Shi would rather her parents be sentenced to a heavy sentence to protect Qin Yaoguang. Although Gu Nianji hated Wen Dao and Liang Meili, who helped the evildoer, she despised Wen Shi even more for letting her parents take all the blame. She looked at her coldly and mouthed the word animal. Wen Shi's pupils constricted. She quickly lowered her head and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. Your Honor, although Wen Dao and Liang Meili have pleaded guilty to kidnapping, there are still some suspicious points in this case. According to the evidence provided by Wen Shi, why was the note written to Qin Yaoguang's lab 14 years ago deliberately sent to the He family to frame my father, Gu Xiangwen? We still need to investigate thoroughly. I want to apply to the court to summon Qin Yaoguang and the people from her lab to testify in court. This is today's third update, Chapter 1597, Parenthood. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday. Special recommendation votes, especially important. Good night, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1609. The unsolved case that had been frozen for 8 years was stirring up again and again, dragging in people that no one had noticed before. Gu Xiangwen, the culprit, who had been confirmed to be the culprit, had quietly stayed out of the matter. Unknowingly, his daughter had cleared his name. The judge was very emotional, but on the surface, he said calmly, let's adjourn for 15 minutes today. I'll discuss the progress of the case with the 2 judges. With that, the judge and the 2 judges left the table. A few bailiffs walked over and detained Wen Dao, Liang Meili, and Wen Shi separately to prevent them from colluding. Jin Wani sat alone on the dock with a pale face. Her gaze was blank and she did not pack her things. No one knew what she was thinking. Gu Nianji was in a relaxed mood. She turned off her laptop and disconnected the connection from the big screen in the courtroom. She turned off her laptop and turned to Lu Yuan and Lu Jin with a bright smile. Lu Jin was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He quickly pushed Lu Yuan to stand up and whispered, hurry up and congratulate her. I'll follow you there. Lu Yuan's friendship with Gu Nianji was on the table. Both Jin Dazhuang and Xiao Zhang at the front desk knew about it. Today, he was here to inspect the standards of the law firm's lawyers, so no one would think too much about him congratulating Gu Nianji. If Lu Jin acted too warmly in front of others, it would be too eye-catching. Lu Yuan asked curiously, Aren't you a person with an interpersonal disorder? Why are you suddenly so considerate of others? Lu Jin glared at him righteously and gritted his teeth. He lowered his voice and said, how can it be the same? What kind of obstacle do I have with my daughter? If I don't think about my daughter, do I think about those unrelated people? Lu Yuan snorted and stood up. Looks like I'm an unrelated person. He had cleaned up countless messes over the years. Lu Jin pushed him away from behind and said, it's good that you know. Lu Yuan. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 of them had been through life and death together, Lu Yuan would have quit long ago. He walked over from the gallery with a serious expression and reached out his hand to Gu Nianji. He said seriously, Lawyer Gu, congratulations. Today's court debate was very exciting. It looks like our company has gotten a great deal. A lawyer like you is worth at least 10 times the contract. Lu Jin quickly said, that's right, that's right. Let's go back and sign a new contract. 10 times. Gu Nianji, Lu Yuan was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. He wished he could cover Lu Jin's mouth. He turned around and scolded in a low voice, "Don't interrupt business matters." Lu Yuan and Gu Nianji, Lu Yuan. Gu Nianji, Lawyer Gu, President Lu really thinks highly of you. Xiao Zhang at the front desk also came over to talk to her. Lu Jin had no choice but to take a step back and watch helplessly as Gu Nianji was surrounded by Lawyer Jin, Lu Yuan, and Xiao Zhang at the front desk. When Zhao Liangse and Bai Shuang came to join in the fun, Lu Jin was completely marginalized. Fortunately, he usually had that expressionless poker face in front of others. At this time, he was standing at the side with a face full of hostility. It was surprisingly consistent with his usual style of dealing with people, so it did not arouse the slightest suspicion. Lu Yuan caught a glimpse of Lu Jin's unhappy face and felt better. He smiled at Gu Nianji and said, "Your case has been settled. Congratulations. Director Lu and I still have other matters to attend to, so we won't wait for your closing statement. We'll make a move first, and we'll celebrate when we get back." As he spoke, he shook Gu Nianji's hand, turned around, and left the courtroom with Lu Jin. Lu Jin was so angry that his entire body stiffened. He was almost dragged out of the imperial capital's intermediate people's court by Lu Yuan. After getting into the car, Lu Jin couldn't hold it in anymore. He shouted at Lu Yuan, "You can go alone. Why are you dragging me with you? I don't even have the chance to talk to my own daughter. I'll keep you there, talking to yourself, and I'll make sure you won't see the sun tomorrow." Lu Yuan sneered and started the car. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Lu Jin was still staring at him, so he added, "Nianji won't be able to see the sun tomorrow either." Lu Jin immediately withered. He also knew that it was really difficult for him to stay calm in front of others, especially when his daughter was so outstanding. How could he hold it in? However, if he couldn't bear it, his true identity would be discovered at any moment. At that time, he wouldn't be the only one in danger. He didn't care if they said he was in danger, but if they said his daughter was in danger, it would hit him where it hurt. Lu Yuan drove away with a smile on his face. He thought that he had finally found a way to cure Lu Jin's interpersonal disorder. After Lu Yuan and Lu Jin left, Zhao Liangse and Bai Shuang were even more at ease. They even started joking with Gu Nianji. Jin Wani glanced over and sneered a few times before starting to pack her things. She really hadn't expected that she would be forced to do something beyond her abilities today. She had thought that she would get a good case, but it would become the Waterloo of her career. Just like that, the great lawyer Jin Wani's undefeated record was ruined by a little girl who had just come out. Jin Wani felt very uncomfortable in her heart. If she had known, she wouldn't have taken Wen Shuyi's case. However, she had thought that Wen Shuyi was much more capable than her, and her opponent was a graduate who had just graduated from school. No matter how powerful she was, how powerful could she be? Jin Wani knew her own abilities. All these years, she had only taken on cases that she was certain to win. That was why she had such a meticulously cultivated, undefeated record. It was true that if you walked too much at night, you would always encounter a ghost. She glared at Gu Nianji with hatred, then took her briefcase and went to see Wen Shuyi. Although Wen Shuyi, Wen Dayo, and Liang Meili were being held separately, Jin Wani was their lawyer and could see them at any time. She first went to the room where Wen Shuyi was being held and knocked on the door. Wen Shuyi was sitting on the only chair in the middle of the room. Her head was half lowered. Her expression wasn't very good, but she was still in good spirits. Jin Wani sighed and said, "You've screwed me over. I'm sorry." Wen Shuyi said in a low voice, "I owe you a favor. When this case is over, I won't mistreat you. I'm not blaming you. It's just that Gu Nianji is too cunning. Such a person is actually Dean Qin's biological daughter? Jean Wani rolled her eyes. Although Wen Shi's parents would be sentenced, she would definitely be fine. When this case was over, Qin Yaoguang would definitely think more highly of Wen Shi. She had lost the case, but she had formed a good relationship. In the future, her resources would definitely be better. Wen Shi nodded and said lightly, but mother and daughter are like fire and water. Neither of them wants the other to have an easy time, so you don't have to worry about offending her. I know that. Jean Wani quietly asked about the He family. But I heard that although young master He broke off the engagement with her, he acknowledged her as his sister. Yes, that's true. But do you think his wife is closer to him or his sister? Wen Shi didn't even look up and easily dispelled Jean Wani's doubts. Jean Wani's heart relaxed and she became even more enthusiastic about Wen Shi. I see. Then I'm relieved. She chatted with Wen Shi about the progress of the case. Coincidentally, neither of them mentioned Wen Dao and Liang Meili. It was as if the two of them weren't her main clients at all. 15 minutes later, the judge and the two jurors returned. Wen Dao, Liang Meili, and Wen Shi were all brought over by the bailiff. Jean Wani also returned to the defendant's stand and sat with her client. Gu Nianji also returned to the plaintiff's stand, while her group of relatives and friends returned to the gallery. The judge had just checked the information on Qin Yaoguang and her laboratory and said to Gu Nianji, Qin Yaoguang and her laboratory work closely with the military, and their security level is very high. With the level of our court, we can't directly issue them a subpoena. We have to go through the review of the Supreme Military Council before we can issue them a subpoena. Gu Nianji was stunned for a moment, but she quickly remembered that Qin Yaoguang's memory-stripping surgery was in cooperation with the military. She quickly said, okay, we'll apply through the proper channels and issue them a subpoena. Okay, but you'll have to wait. The judge spread out his hands regretfully and said, for the current case, Ms. Wen Shi is temporarily ruled out of suspicion and can be released on bail. Wen Dao and Liang Meili will be transferred to the Imperial Capital Prison Detention Center and await the official verdict. Gu Nianji glanced at Wen Shi, and Wen Shi happened to look over. The two of them smiled at the same time, but one's eyes were cold, while the other's gaze was venomous. They both knew that the battle between them had just begun. In the study of the He family's mansion, He Qingjian and He Zhichu sat together and began to watch the video of the trial that the court had sent over. Although outsiders couldn't record it in the courtroom, the court had its own surveillance video. As Gu Nianji revealed so many unknown things behind the case step by step, He Zhichu was so angry that his entire face darkened, even though he was mentally prepared. Good, good, good. This is the good servant of our He family. He slammed his fist on the desk. Dad, these people are ambitious. You're too lenient with them. He Qingjian was a little dazed. He looked at the delicate and nimble young girl on the video. Her tongue was like a lotus flower, and she was free and easy to argue in court. Her every move actually had some of Qin Suwen's charm. He couldn't help but be stunned. How many years had it been? Qin Suwen had already become the deepest part of his heart that he couldn't touch. Many women had learned from Qin Suwen and wanted to get close to him. However, no matter who it was, they didn't have Qin Suwen's unique temperament. It was an internal foundation that surpassed the surface phenomena of appearance and figure. No one could learn it. However, he saw this kind of charm in Gu Nianji. Nianji really looks like your mother during the trial. You two are clearly a match made in heaven. He Qingjian said faintly, Ah Chu, do you really not want to marry her? I really hope that you can marry her and have a little daughter like her. I'll retire immediately and help you take care of the children myself. The corners of He Zhichu's eyes twitched. He felt like his father had stabbed a few more holes in his already wounded heart. He rubbed his temples. Don't mention this again. I said that the engagement has been broken off. Gu Nianji's personality was too fierce. She would rather die than live in dishonor. He didn't want to, nor did he dare to, force her. He Qingjian let out a long sigh and waved his hand. All right, I'm indeed old. There are so many demons and monsters at home, but I haven't even cleaned them up. I'll immediately have someone do another background check at home. If there's a problem, I'll immediately hand it over to the relevant departments for investigation. Not a single one of them will be tolerated. He Zhichu responded and asked, also, what's going on with Qin Yaoguang and her lab? When did they work with the military? He remembered that when he was still here, Qin Yaoguang and her lab had nothing to do with the military. He Qingjian frowned and said, it's her memory stripping surgery. Because this surgery is of great importance, she has to perform the surgery every time after the military's magnetic field experiment. Therefore, the military has given her a very high level of security. In addition, her lab is the one providing technical support during the surgery, so her lab is also on the list of military partners. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1598, Like Water and Fire. A reminder to everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The monthly votes of the relatives were too powerful. It was still the third update today. At 1:00 in the afternoon, the monthly votes were 1,000 plus updates. At 8:00 in the evening, the third update. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1610. He Zhichu suddenly understood. But isn't this surgery going to be nationalized? How's her training going? She was the only one who could perform this surgery before. Now that she's injured her hand, she's always worried about training the people below. He Qingjian sighed. Not to mention that she's worried, we're worried too. For such a sophisticated surgery, without 3 to 5 years of practice, no one would be at ease letting them operate on our soldiers' heads. He Zhichu was silent for a moment. His sparkling almond-shaped eyes flickered with a dark light. He said lightly, why don't we give up on this surgery? We don't have enough energy now anyway, so we can't send anyone to the other side anymore. He paused for a moment, and his cold voice was a little hoarse. There's no need to send anyone to the other side anymore. He Qingjian understood what he meant and felt very guilty towards him. He had originally thought that by bringing Gu Nianji over and physically separating her from Hu Shaoheng, she would naturally change her mind after a long time. After all, in He Qingjian's heart, his son was unparalleled in the world. There were only women he didn't want, and no women who dared to dump him. However, Gu Nianji was an exception. He Qingjian still remembered that night. He was surprised to see a young girl standing in front of the heavy sniper rifle bullet without hesitation. That kind of determination and intensity had greatly shocked him. There really was a woman who would rather die than be with his son. We can pause it. He Qingjian nodded. Then Qin Yaoguang and her lab will be summoned by the court. He Zhichu frowned and pondered. His eyes flashed as he said, I don't know what the subsequent interrogation will involve. Why don't we let the court-martial take over? Court-martial? He Qingjian was a little confused. Isn't it just Nianji's disappearance 8 years ago? Is there a need to use a court-martial? This isn't about Nianji's disappearance. He Zhichu chuckled and said, it's because Qin Yaoguang and her lab might involve something that no one else can know about. It's better to let the court-martial take over. Oh, that's true. He Qingjian patted his head and smiled. Her memory-stripping surgery was led by her lab. If it's summoned to court, if it involves this. Qin Yaoguang didn't violate the rules and perform this kind of surgery on others, right? He Zhichu drummed his fingers lightly on the desk. His expression was indifferent, but the sharpness in his eyes was like a long, hidden knife. Should we send someone to keep an eye on her lab? He Qingjian narrowed his eyes. There are people in the military keeping an eye on her lab. But there didn't seem to be any violations in these years. At least, there hasn't been any inappropriate news. He Jichu nodded. She'd better behave herself. If not, then it's definitely not a small mistake. Probably not in the past few years. He Qingjian narrowed his sharp eyes, and the deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes appeared. After you left, I agreed to marry her. In the past few years, she has been wholeheartedly with our family and rarely goes to the laboratory to do experiments. She really wanted to have a child with me. I saw that she was getting on in years, so my heart softened and I agreed to let her use the sperm that I had frozen back then for artificial insemination. She got pregnant. Unfortunately, the child couldn't stay and was miscarried not long after. He Qingjian shifted his gaze and looked out the window at the lonely winter scenery. He recalled and said, later, she had to give up. At that time, when Shi happened to be chased back by you. She stayed by Qin Yaoguang's side, took care of her, and accompanied her. Qin Yaoguang brought her with her to relieve her boredom. He Jichu scoffed. No wonder Qin Yaoguang suddenly treated Wen Shui so well after Nianji disappeared. One of them was the daughter of a gardener, and the other was a world-famous scientist and the head of brain surgery. They had no interaction at all. But if the person who really wanted to kidnap Gu Nianji 8 years ago was Qin Yaoguang, what was she thinking? He Qingjian was very confused about this. If she wanted to see Nianji, she could come to our house to see her every day. We didn't isolate Nianji. She could see anyone she wanted to see anytime, anywhere. After watching the video of today's trial, although there was no substantial evidence, he had a hunch that Qin Yaoguang was the mastermind behind the kidnapping of Gu Nianji 8 years ago. And I remember that when Nianji was at our house, she actually didn't like Qin Yaoguang very much. She rarely came to see her, or rather, in the past 6 years, the number of times she came to see her can be counted on one hand. She could have come to see her in person, but she didn't. She even instructed our gardener to set up such a trap to kidnap her, and then blamed everything on that lunatic. He Qingjian was even more confused. Is Qin Yaoguang trying to hide something from us? He Jichu didn't have a good impression of Qin Yaoguang. He sneered and turned his head. He said disdainfully, who knows what she's thinking. I think she's even crazier than Gu Xiangwen. At the mention of Gu Xiangwen, He Qingjian's expression immediately changed. Don't mention that lunatic's name in front of me. He Jichu's eyes dimmed. He picked up a ballpoint pen from the desk and played with it. He suddenly said, Dad, Nianji's kidnapping case back then has already proven that there's something else going on. Although Gu Xiangwen was involved, there's a high chance that it's different from what we thought. So? He Qingjian looked at him with a dark expression. He slammed the table and shouted, What are you trying to say? I think Nianji's kidnapping case back then was a battle between that lunatic and Qin Yaoguang. Qin Yaoguang just lost the battle, but that doesn't mean that lunatic is innocent. He Jichu saw that He Qingjian's reaction was so intense, so he didn't continue. He changed the topic and said aloofly, What do you think of Nianji's legal skills? Especially her ability to be a trial lawyer. He Qingjian was immediately full of praise. Very impressive. Your mother wasn't as sharp and experienced as she was at her age. She just turned 20, right? I remember that your mother first went to court and became famous when she was 24. He Jichu, how could he forget that his father was his mother's greatest admirer? He Jichu sighed in his heart and said with a smile, I think she's pretty good too. You know, in the other world, I was her mentor. I taught her a lot of things that I learned from my mother. Her style of trial is similar to my mother's, and it's also because, like me, she learned my mother's style. Is that so? He Qingjian couldn't tell if he was disappointed or happy. He couldn't concentrate, and his mind kept thinking about the days when he was with Qin Suan. They got married when their love was at its deepest, and they gave birth to their son, He Jichu, when their love was at its strongest. They had also lived together for so many years. The memories of every day in the past were engraved in his mind. As long as he had time, he would take them out and carefully savor them to spend the rest of his long life. He Jichu lowered his eyes. His clear and cold voice was like a drop of ice spring, pulling He Qingjin's scattered thoughts back to reality. Dad, I think we should wait for Ninji's case to end and let her look at the case file about her mother's death. Let's see if we can find some clues that we didn't notice. He Qingjin shuddered and came to his senses. He looked at He Jichu with bright eyes. What did you say? This is today's second update of the month, 1000 plus updates, chapter 1599. This is different from what you said. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. 8:00 in the evening, the third update. Moi, big shots, little angels. Chapter 1611. He Jichu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he continued to look at He Qingjin quietly and persistently. He Jichu's appearance was exactly the same as He Qingjin's. Both of them had sparkling almond-shaped eyes, high noses, and thin lips. They were a strange combination of amorous and heartless, and they had a different kind of charm. He Qingjin looked at his son as if he was looking at himself when he was young. His heart softened for a moment, and he muttered. What do you mean? Take it easy. Your old father's heart isn't good. His hands were trembling as he fumbled in the drawer for his special medicine. He Jichu's eyes were sharp. He saw a familiar bottle of medicine lying in the corner of the drawer. He bent over and took out the bottle of medicine from the drawer. He poured out a pill in his palm and handed it to He Qingjin. He Qingjin took the medicine and swallowed it. He Jichu poured him another glass of water and handed it to him. He Qingjin drank the water from He Jichu's hand. Only then did he feel his chest tightness and shortness of breath slowly improve. He Jichu saw that his expression had improved, so he said slowly, I was just saying. Please think about it. If you don't want to, then forget it. After all, there was no doubt about his mother's direct cause of death. He just wanted to know what had happened back then to make his mother die of anger. He Jichu's eyes flashed, and he thought of the doctor who had performed the surgery on Gunyanji. If there was anyone in this world who knew why his mother, Qin Suan, had been angered to death, Gunyanji would definitely be one of them. He Qingjin nodded. Okay, let me think about it. Gunyanji came out of the courtroom and sent Jin Dazhuang and the receptionist, Xiao Zhang, to the airport. They had arrived yesterday and were flying back to Sea City this evening. Gunyanji's trial had taken almost half a day. By the time the trial was over, they had to go to the airport for security check. She personally drove He Jichu's car to the airport. The receptionist, Xiao Zhang, hugged her and said reluctantly, When are you going back, Lawyer Gu? We all miss you very much. I'll go back when I'm done here, Gunyanji said with a smile. She held her hand and said goodbye. Take care of yourselves. Remember to help me clean my office. Don't let anyone take my place. No problem. I will definitely help you keep an eye on your position. The receptionist, Xiao Zhang, laughed and went to the security check first. Lawyer Jin extended his hand to Gunyanji and said with a smile, Little Zhang doesn't know any better and only knows how to talk nonsense. Lawyer Gu, will you really go back to our small law firm? Gunyanji smiled mischievously and said, I'm also a shareholder. Lawyer Jin, you're not going to swallow my shares, are you? Lawyer Jin laughed heartily. No, no. Of course not. After sending Lawyer Jin and the receptionist, Xiao Zhang, off, Gunyanji drove back to her rented apartment. As soon as she came out of the elevator, Lu Jin ran out of his suite impatiently. He smiled and held out his hand to her. Congratulations. Victory in the first battle. Gunyanji's parting feelings disappeared the moment she saw Lu Jin. She laughed. Thank you, thank you. Is Director Lu done with his work? You sure are putting on airs today. Lu Jin immediately complained to her anxiously, it's all Boss Lu's fault. He left as soon as he said he would, and he even dragged me away. Otherwise, I would have stayed until the end of the trial. The two of them chatted and laughed as they entered Gunyanji's suite. Lu Jin went to the kitchen to warm up the milk for her with ease. Gunyanji put down her briefcase and stretched. Dad, I'm going to take a shower. Hurry up and go. There's rose essential oil that I personally made for you in the bathroom. You just need to drip 2 drops in the bathtub. It'll help with skin care, beauty, and rest your mind. When Lu Jin had nothing to do, he would think about the things that women used. He only hoped that one day, he would be able to give it to his daughter as a gift. Now that his wish had been fulfilled, he had changed his way of presenting his treasures. Gunyanji was extremely happy. She walked over and hugged Lu Jin's arm. She leaned her head on his shoulder and said reluctantly, Dad, you're so good to me. I can be even better to you. Lu Jin patted her head. I'm warming up the milk for you. I'll call Boss Lu over to cook dinner later. What do you want to eat? Do you want paella? Lu Jin was eager to try. I studied it with Boss Lu and wanted to cook it for you myself. Gunyanji thought of the choking smell of onions and quickly said, No need, no need. I don't eat paella. I'll just have simple fried rice. She remembered that it was the easiest to make. The simplest fried rice only needed eggs, green beans, and diced ham. It was also called Sansien fried rice. She had all these ingredients in the fridge. Lu Jin scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Sansien fried rice. I haven't learned much about this. I'd better call Boss Lu over to cook. As he spoke, Lu Jin called Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was reading documents in Lu Jin's suite across the street. He picked up the phone and searched for ingredients from Lu Jin's fridge. He brought them over. Where's Nyenji? Lu Yuan didn't see Gunyanji when he entered the door. He only saw her briefcase thrown on the sofa. Lu Jin urged him to the kitchen and said with a smile, Nyenji is taking a shower. She's so tired today. Let her rest more. It's best to take a bath with rose essential oil to relieve her fatigue. Lu Yuan wanted to ask how the lawsuit was decided, but Gunyanji was taking a shower, so he had no choice but to give up. However, by the time Gunyanji came out of the shower, Lu Yuan's 4 dishes and 1 soup were already ready. Gunyanji had experienced a day of intense mental work today. Lu Yuan had made her a stewed pigeon with gastrodia alata, which was very brain-nourishing. On the table were golden red pepper and salt prawns, spicy shredded pork with green onions and red peppers, steamed fresh abalone, and a stir-fried bolitas with scallops in white sauce. The main dish was the Sansien fried rice that Gunyanji had personally ordered. The rice grains were full and golden, and each grain was soaked in egg juice. The fresh green beans were sweet and refreshing, and the fresh prawns were marinated with a little yellow wine. They were very delicious and didn't smell fishy at all. The dishes on the table were delicious, nutritious, and could also replenish collagen. Gunyanji looked at the colorful feast on the table and her appetite was aroused. She immediately sat up straight and smiled at Lu Yuan. Uncle Lu, you're so amazing. You're so good at cooking. Of course. Lu Jin spoke as if he had cooked the dishes on the table. He used the serving chopsticks to pick up a pepper and salt prawn for Gunyanji. This is very delicious. Eat more. He then scooped up a small bowl of Sansien fried rice for Gu Nianji with a large spoon. This fried rice is too simple. Will it taste good? Gu Nianji smiled and said, cooking simple home-cooked dishes delicious is the true standard of a chef. This is called returning to the basics. She picked up the small spoon and scooped a small mouthful of Sansien fried rice into her mouth. She had just taken a sip when she was stunned. The taste of this fried rice, she chewed carefully and her brows gradually furrowed. She couldn't care less about eating other dishes. She scooped herself another large spoonful of Sansien fried rice. It was piled high in her small bowl. Ha! You like my Sansien fried rice that much? Lu Yuan looked at her happily. Then eat more. If it's not enough, I'll cook more. There's a lot of ingredients, there's enough. Gu Nianji smiled. She barely ate any other dishes except the Sansien fried rice. That was because the taste of the Sansien fried rice was too familiar. She had a very good memory. She could never forget what she had seen, and she could remember the taste of what she had eaten once. She was very familiar with the taste of Lu Yuan's Sansien fried rice. That was because Hu Xiaoheng had made it for her once in Song Jinning's small kitchen when she first went to the Hu family. At that time, Song Jinning had expressed that she was very familiar with the taste. Gu Nianji then asked Hu Xiaoheng curiously. Why did your mother ask you that the taste was so familiar? Hu Xiaoheng said, because this is the fried rice she used to make for me when I was young. I loved it when I was young. If this was the taste Major General Huo was familiar with when he was young, how could Lu Yuan make it? Gu Nianji's tongue was very sensitive. She could taste the slightest difference in taste. However, this Sansien fried rice was 99% similar to the Sansien fried rice she had eaten in her memory. This was the third update of today, Chapter 1600, I Can Treat You Better. Reminder, monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, little angels. Chapter 1612. Gu Nianji endured the strange feeling in her heart and finished all of the Sansien fried rice. She was so full after eating that she couldn't eat anything else. She sat beside Lu Jin so comfortably that she wanted to hum. Lu Jin quickly prepared hawthorn juice for her to drink. He said in surprise, "This is the simplest Sansien fried rice, but it's actually so delicious." He turned to Lu Yuan and gave him a thumbs up. "Boss Lu, you're amazing. You can even make this kind of home-cooked meal to perfection. Your culinary skills have reached perfection." Lu Yuan was also a little surprised that Gu Nianji liked this kind of Sansien fried rice so much. He was a very cautious person. On the surface, he looked transparent, cheerful, kind, and very good at socializing, but perhaps it was because of his professional habits. Only a few people who were very familiar with him knew that Lu Yuan's mind was full of twists and turns. Sometimes, even he didn't know what he was thinking. "Nianji, you like Sansien fried rice so much. Have you eaten it before?" He looked at Gu Nianji quietly and placed a bowl of gastrodia alata stewed with pigeon in front of her. "Drink a bowl after it's digested. It's been stewed in an electric pressure cooker for 3 hours. The gastrodia alata and pigeon have all melted into the soup." Gu Nianji rubbed her stomach and said weakly, "No, my stomach can't take it anymore." She squinted her eyes and smiled. "I've never eaten such delicious Sansien fried rice. Really, I almost swallowed my tongue." The stir-fried bolitas with scallops over there is also famous for its freshness, but it can't even compare to the taste of your Sansien fried rice. After saying that, he leaned forward and said with a smile, "Boss Lu, why do you want to be a network security guard? It's a complete waste of your talent. You should open a restaurant, a chain restaurant, and let Huaxia cuisine go global." "That won't do. Lu Jin retorted seriously, Boss Lu's food isn't something that ordinary people can eat. What's the point of opening a restaurant? Our boss Lu isn't married yet. How can he find a wife if he becomes a professional chef? Gu Nianji burst out laughing. She clutched her stomach and cried out, "Oh! I can't laugh. My stomach hurts." Lu Yuan rolled his eyes at Lu Jin and said resentfully, "You're right. I won't cook for you in the future, in case I can't find a wife. Ha 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 ha. Just cook for me and Nianji." Ha 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 ha. Lu Jin was in a very good mood. He put on a show by himself. Lu Yuan sat quietly under the light and slowly finished his meal. He did not say anything else. Gu Nianji thought about it and looked at Lu Yuan again. She noticed something that she hadn't noticed before. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the first impression of a person was. Gu Nianji knew that Lu Yuan was a cautious person, so she didn't stare at him blankly. However, when she stood up and walked around the dining room to digest her food, she would occasionally shift her gaze from Lu Jin to Lu Yuan. She had done it very discreetly, and Lu Jin had been interrupting and disrupting Lu Yuan's attention. Therefore, during the meal, Lu Yuan did not notice that Gu Nianji was secretly observing him. After dinner, Lu Jin was urged by Lu Yuan to clean up the dishes and the kitchen. Soon, the rumbling sound of the dishwasher came from the kitchen. Lu Yuan held a cup of tea and went to the living room to chat with Gu Nianji. What was the final verdict on the case? Lu Yuan left early and did not hear the final verdict. Gu Nianji sat cross-legged on the sofa and rested her cheek on one hand. She smiled and said, "The trial isn't over yet. Wen Dao and Liang Meili are definitely guilty and will be sentenced. Wen Shuyi is very cunning and escaped. She can be bailed home for the time being. There's also Qin Yaoguang and her lab. The court wants to summon them to testify in court, but their security levels are different. They still need to go through the military procedures. I don't know how long it will take." Lu Yuan was very surprised. Wen Shuyi is actually fine. Yes, she's a lawyer after all. She's always playing on the edge of the law. You know she's definitely not innocent, but the law can't convict her, Gu Nianji said quietly. Gu Nianji said quietly, "Look, no matter how I tried to persuade her in court, she refused to say who the man and the little girl she saw were. She gritted her teeth and said that she only saw those two people and didn't know who they were." Lu Yuan thought for a moment and understood. The mastermind behind the scenes has made quite a thorough arrangement. It seems like they really prepared a man and a little girl to get into the car at the corner of the street. That's for sure. Gu Nianji leaned back on the sofa and rested her arms on the back of the sofa. Her bright eyes darted around. Don't forget, there are also two passerby witnesses. They also saw it, and their descriptions are very similar to Gu Xiangwen and me when I was 12 years old. So, there must be two doubles. Wen Shi's explanation was considered to be based on the situation at that time, but she really saw it and didn't lie. Moreover, she also said that she didn't know who it was, so there was no legal misdirection or framing. Even if these two doubles were found in the end, she would still be innocent. Gu Nianji spread out her hands with a look of pity on her face. This person is indeed very cunning, and she always leaves a way out for herself. However, she's too ruthless. In order to get away with her crime, she can even throw her parents into the pit. Lu Yuan nodded and comforted her gently. Many unjust deeds bring about their own destruction. People like her won't have a good ending. Lu Jin cleaned up the kitchen and washed his hands. He walked over and sat beside Gu Nianji. He curled his lips at Lu Yuan and said, "Boss Lu, do you know how to speak human language? What do you mean by many unjust deeds bring about their own destruction?" It's clearly that bitches will be punished by the heavens. Lu Yuan, Gu Nianji, she was most afraid of the air suddenly falling silent. Gu Nianji was speechless. She quickly wanted to say something in an attempt to break the awkwardness in the living room because of Lu Jin. Lu Yuan looked at her and smiled. It's nothing. I'm used to it. Gu Nianji subconsciously looked at Lu Jin, but saw that he was still looking at her with bright eyes. His face was nervous and asking for praise. He had no idea that he had almost killed the conversation just now. As a patient with terminal interpersonal disorder, one of Lu Jin's best skills was to kill the conversation. Gu Nianji suddenly felt a little sad. She knew that Lu Jin had tried his best to show his best side in front of her. Gu Nianji was the most protective. She smiled and gave Lu Jin a thumbs up. Dad's always so sharp when he speaks. His words are so sharp that they go straight to the bone. They're so sharp. Lu Jin was instantly happy. He said happily, not at all. Nianji, you're the one who knows how to talk. I learned everything from you. You were so cool in court. Even Lawyer Qin wasn't as eloquent as you were at your age. You've really surpassed your master. Gu Nianji covered her mouth and laughed. Suddenly, she felt that something was wrong. The student had surpassed the master. How could these words be used between her and Qin Suan? The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. Dad, I've surpassed my master. If young master he hears this, he'll talk to you. Sometimes, you have to be artistic when you speak. You can't use words carelessly. Lu Jin was stunned for a moment. He scratched his head and stiffened for a moment, but he quickly came back to his senses. He laughed and said, I'm not wrong. Lawyer Qin personally took care of you back then. Although it was only for 2 years, TSK, if she could have taken care of you until now, how amazing would you have been? Gu Nianji seemed to remember that He Zhichu had also said the same thing. She thought about it and felt relieved. She leaned back on the sofa and looked at the curved TV screen on the opposite wall. She said calmly, that's a pity. Lawyer Qin is such an amazing person. By the way, I haven't watched the video of Lawyer Qin's trial that you gave me. She stood up and went to her room to get her laptop. She planned to connect it to the curved TV on the wall to watch the video. Lu Jin took the remote control and turned on the TV first. He waited for Gu Nianji to connect the laptop. He turned on the news channel. It was the evening international news. On the TV, a dignified and beautiful female anchor reported sweetly. Yeltsin, the head of the Moscow Municipal Committee of the Soviet Union, and Gorbachev, the chairman of the Standing Committee of the Soviet Youth Affairs Committee, are visiting the United States. They are expected to go from the West Coast to the East Coast capital, Washington, tomorrow to meet with the President of the United States. Gu Nianji's hand paused. Yeltsin and Gorbachev. These two were famous figures in the other world. It was them who worked together to destroy one of the superpowers, the Soviet Union, and split it into more than a dozen countries, leaving only Russia to struggle. He did not expect that in this world, the Soviet Union was not divided, and not only were they still alive, they were also active in the Soviet Union's politics. Gu Nianji shook her head. She felt like she was overthinking things. Even the strong man, Pushin, had gone on stage. Would it be their turn to overturn the situation? She snorted disdainfully, connected the data cable, and began to watch Qin Suan's trial video. Late at night, in front of the detention center of the capital prison, a few dim street lights stood in the cold winter night. When Dayo and Liang Meili had just been sent here in the evening to await sentencing. 2 prison guards in long military coats stood guard at the door with their guns loaded. Although this was only the detention center of the prison, the surrounding walls were all electrified. Not only was there an electric fence, but there were also surveillance cameras everywhere. On the tower not far away, there were snipers and observers on standby 24 hours a day. They would kill anyone who dared to break out of the prison or break into the prison. Because this detention center was in the capital, the security was very tight. The streets were very quiet, and there were few pedestrians. Occasionally, a few stray dogs would stumble over and sniff around with a few tin cans in their noses. The two prison guards standing guard didn't care. These stray dogs could be seen every day here, and they weren't particularly new. The clanking sound of the tin cans was very obvious in the night sky. One of the prison guards frowned and planned to chase the dogs away. He held his gun and left his position. He trotted to the stray dogs and wanted to chase them away with the butt of his gun. However, just as he got close, an unknown gas suddenly emitted from the tin can that the stray dog had pushed over. The prison guard knew that something was wrong with just a sniff, but it was too late to hold his breath. Soon, his limbs went numb and he fell limply to the ground. When the other prison guards saw this, he quickly ran over and tried to pull him up. As soon as he came over, he also smelled the slightly pungent gas and immediately fell limply to the ground. As soon as they left the detention center, 3 people in black clothes and hoods rushed out. They opened the detention center's door with the key that they had prepared beforehand and entered the detention center. At the same time, Ji-chu, who had been waiting for news, received a call from the police. "Young Master He, the fish have entered the net. I'll be right there. Keep an eye on them." Ji-chu stretched out his arms and put on his heavy military coat with bulletproof equipment. He opened the door and went out. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1601, The Student Surpasses the Master. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Moi, little angels. Chapter 1613. Ji-chu first brought his orderlies and drove a large bulletproof jeep that had been modified. He quietly sped towards the detention center of the Imperial Capital Prison. Usually, the high-powered engine of this kind of car was especially terrifying. Driving on the road in the middle of the night was like a tank crossing the border. However, the engine of Ji-chu's modified car was especially advanced. It had already reached the pinnacle of noise elimination. Driving on the streets of the imperial capital in the middle of the night, it was as quiet as a ghost car. In fact, the model of their car was called Ghost. "Young Master He, there's a lookout car at 3:00. Ji-chu silently set up a special tranquilizer gun and stuck it out through a special hole in the car. In the cross-shaped field of view of the smart control far-infrared scope, Ji-chu saw a few motionless red figures lying in ambush in the other party's car. With a cold face, his arm forcefully stabilized the butt of the gun. He first aimed at the person sitting in the driver's seat and pulled the trigger. Then, he turned the scope and aimed at the second, third, and fourth person. 4 muffled gunshots were heard, like the sound of bullets piercing into a pile of cotton. The people in the other party's lookout car had all been paralyzed by them. Ji-chu ordered the people behind him to capture the 4 people in the lookout car for interrogation. At the same time, he formed a cordon and pushed forward layer by layer to surround the detention center. In the detention center, the 3 men in black who had rushed in were probably trained in kung fu. Their hands and feet were light and fast. Soon, they began to search for Wendayo and Liang Meili in the detention center. "Olde, where are they being held? Don't we have any information?" They searched a few times but couldn't find the room where Wendayo and Liang Meili were. One of them was impatient. The person called Olde should be their leader. His voice was calm and powerful. They only said that they were sent here. As for where they are being held, he looked at the buildings here. There are only 120 rooms here. Each room has 2 people in it. It's not difficult to find them one by one. He made a gesture. You go look for the 40 rooms on the left. You go look for the 40 rooms on the right. I'll go look for the 40 rooms in the middle. Shoot if you find them. Don't talk nonsense. The other two nodded and began to search for Wendayo and Liang Meili in 3 directions. After separating, they were much more efficient. 10 minutes later, the person on the left found the room where Wendayo and Liang Meili were. He immediately took out the XX key and opened the cell. After Wendayo and Liang Meili were sent here, they were in a bad mood. They didn't eat for the whole night and couldn't sleep. Just as he closed his eyes, he heard the door creak open. Wendayo opened his eyes and jumped up from the bed. Who are you? What are you doing? The man was dressed in black and wore a mask. Without saying a word, he raised the long-handled pistol with a silencer and aimed it at Wendayo's forehead. Bang! The sound of gunfire reverberated through the cell like a dull squib. Wendayo closed his eyes tightly, ready to welcome the arrival of death. But he didn't die. The man who pointed a gun at him collapsed in front of him. A taller figure holding a spear stood at the door. Wendayo shuddered with fright. Through the light of the street lamps outside the door, Wendayo recognized the figure. It was General He's only son, He Ji-chu. Wendayo and Liang Meili rolled off the bed with a plop and knelt in front of He Ji-chu. He. Young Master He, the two of them kowtowed repeatedly to beg for forgiveness. He Ji-chu didn't have time to pay attention to them. He dragged out the person he had knocked unconscious with the tranquilizer gun and turned around to close the door. He used his Bluetooth headset to contact his own people. Did you catch him alive? Young Master He, one of them was injured and ran away. The other one was captured alive. After disarming him, he bit off the poison hidden in his teeth and committed suicide. He Ji-chu narrowed his eyes. The tranquilizer gun didn't work. It doesn't seem to work on him. He Ji-chu felt that something was wrong. The amount of anesthesia in their guns could paralyze an elephant. There was actually someone among the other party's people who didn't even have a tranquilizer gun. Right now, only the person he had caught was alive, as well as the 4 people in the lookout car. He was a little regretful. His intuition told him that the person who had escaped was probably the leader of the other party's operation. Of course, they didn't leave empty-handed. At the very least, they could be sure that the other party's operation this time had something to do with Qin Yaoguang's laboratory. He Ji-chu sent people to search the entire detention center again. After confirming that only 3 people had entered, he returned to the military headquarters. Wendayo and Liang Meili were transferred overnight and locked up in the heavily guarded military prison. 3:00 in the morning was the most sleepy time of the day for a person. Wendayo and Liang Meili had been scared time and time again since yesterday. They were already exhausted. Even so, at this time, they still couldn't resist the persistence and inertia of the human body's biological clock. Their minds were a mess, and they wished they could fall asleep on the spot. But they couldn't sleep. The 2 of them sat in the brightly lit interrogation room and tried their best to keep their eyes open. They watched the young master of the He family, He Ji-chu, walk in wearing a cold dark green military uniform. He. Young Master He. Wendayo's eyes turned red again. He hunched his back. Thank you, young Master He, for saving my life. He didn't have to be very smart to know that the person who came in first tonight was here to kill him and Liang Meili. As for why he wanted to kill him and Liang Meili, he knew very well. He Ji-chu sat down in front of them and crossed his long legs. His sparkling almond-shaped eyes were as cold as snow. He played with a small silver pistol the size of a palm in his hand and said coldly, "Sit." Wendayo and Liang Meili trembled as they sat down on the bench opposite him. There was a long table used for interrogation between Hijichu and them. There was paper and pens on it. Generally speaking, there was a special clerk for interrogations here. However, Hijichu interrogated them in the middle of the night and had to keep it a secret, so there was no special clerk. Hijichu had already asked someone to turn off the surveillance cameras. The two of them would write down what he asked here and then press their fingerprints on it. Tell me, who ordered you to kidnap Miss Gu? Hijichu went straight to the point. Wendayo shivered. He lowered his head and cried bitterly. Young Master Shi's mother and I were blinded by lard and did such a wrong thing. We won't dare to do it again, in the future. You still want to have a future. The corners of Hijichu's mouth twitched. What misunderstandings do you have about the He family? Do you really think we are benevolent bodhisattvas? Idiots who were fooled by you. Wendayo blinked and carefully raised his head to glance at Hijichu. He saw that his expression was indifferent, no different from usual. In addition, he had specially rushed over to save their lives tonight. He inevitably had the illusion that Hijichu still valued them very much. Why did he value them? It was definitely not because of them, so it must be because of their daughter, Wenshi. Wendayo and Liang Mei both knew that ever since Gu Nianji disappeared, Wenshi had indeed taken over Gu Nianji's position and moved into the He family's mansion to take care of Hijichu, who was ill. Later, she became Hijichu's personal secretary and followed Hijichu on business trips all over the world. The two of them should still have feelings for each other, right? Wendayo and Liang Mei looked at each other and quickly said, No, Mr. He and young Master He are both good people. We are indebted to you. We won't be able to repay your kindness even if we work hard for the rest of our lives. We did something wrong. Please let us go on account of Shui, young Master He. Let you go? Why didn't you let Nianji go back then? She was only 12 years old. What did you want to do to her when you kidnapped her? Ever since Hijichu found out that the culprit behind Gu Nianji's kidnapping 8 years ago was not Gu Xiangwen, but Qin Yaguang, Hijichu had an extremely bad feeling. This was a possibility that he had never thought of before and had never dared to think of. Wendayo trembled in fear. We didn't want to kidnap her. It wasn't us. Then who was it? Hijichu stood up and propped himself up on the long table. He leaned forward and asked aggressively, Is it Qin Yaguang? What did she want to kidnap Nianji for? Tell me. Liang Mei mustered up the courage to look at Hijichu and chattered on. We can tell you, but we have a condition. If you can get engaged to our Shi, I'll tell you who asked us to do it. You want to negotiate with me? Hijichu couldn't take it anymore. With a loud slap, he slapped Liang Mei off the bench and onto the ground. Looks like you really misunderstand me. Then, he kicked Wendayo in the chest. Wendayo cried out in pain and fell to the ground with Liang Mei. Wendayo endured the pain and helped Liang Mei up, only to find that her face was swollen from the slap. Liang Mei tilted her head and spat out a bloody tooth. Covering her cheek, she looked at Hijichu, who was filled with murderous intent, in fear. She didn't dare to say a word. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1602, Negotiating with Me. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you to Imam1313 for the 50,000 Chidian coins in the morning. Congratulations to Imam1313 for becoming the 28th leader of Hello, Major General. Update. There must be an update tomorrow. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.